I always wanted to serve on a jury.
I'm really super excited to be here, so I really appreciate you having me. I'm looking forward to it.
Creating this whole trial daddy.
I want to give a big shout out to the 13th Jury Podcast and Brandi.
Yeah, I applaud you guys. Keep doing what you're doing.
That every time you run into Phil Barber, you should reach
And then I just looked at the jury and it's sort of like, look.
I was in the eye of the storm and you guys were watching the storm.
Hey, if you're bored of work, come pop in and say, hey, what's up?
You are a ray of sunshine, and I love what you've done with your YouTube channel.
Hello, Ooh, I got bedhead. I guess I should have looked at myself before we went live, huh? Hello, my friends. Hello, my family. These are hurting my ears. Hello. Are you well rested? Are you happy? Did you take a nap? Is anybody hangry? Is everybody ready to deal with Megamind today? No? Me neither. But it'll be fine. It'll be fun. It'll be an experience, to say the least. I am glad y'all are here. It's gonna be interesting. If you missed watching with us yesterday, you missed an experience. Let the train wreck begin. Let the train wreck begin. I have graphics. So yesterday, when we were talking, someone should listen to someone and get monitors, no hurt ear or head. I need to do that. I have to have these for the podcast because I have to be able to hear every little thing. But I do need to get something for the long streams. I will listen to Baker. I will follow directions and I will look into it. Let me get my pop out stuff. Okay, so yesterday, during Goofball's testimony, we talked about his route. First woman in history to do that. What a mess. And thank you for the super chat. Thank you. I appreciate it. You the best. Kev C, I had a kidney removed last week and you had me killed with laughing yesterday. Well, don't let me cause a medical emergency. I'm glad you have an extra kidney to spare. But don't hurt yourself over this goofball. Okay, so yesterday when we finished, we had talked about his route, and I want to show you. Yeah, yesterday I had a full-on meltdown. This guy, and I expect it today too. Look, I slept. I had to get up really early, but I slept. I may be hangry, so there may still be meltdowns, but that's okay. But it'll be an experience again today. I will tell you that we had talked about whatever's going on with his route, and I did do a little graphic thing to kind of look into that and see what all's going on there. So we can look at that in just a second. I gotta get my water. I left my water bottle right here. I act like I got to go so far to get it. Like, I got to stop the stream and go. Looking forward to more Brandi Face today. I am unmedicated too, I'm pretty sure. Here's what happened. What happened was I got my medicine out this morning to take it. And then I got distracted because I hadn't taken my medicine yet. And then I came back and could not remember if I took it or not. And then I was scared to take it because if I already took it, then it'll have the opposite effect, potentially. I don't know what happens. I don't know that I've ever taken it twice. So then I was scared to take it, so I didn't take it. As the days progressed, I can tell I'm unmedicated. So we're just going to roll with it. We're going to see what happens. It'll be an experience. You know how I am, like field trip, you know. The mind goes on field trips when I'm unmedicated. So we'll see how it goes. Maybe he'll be easier to deal with. Maybe. Maybe not. Who knows? We'll see. I've accidentally taken it twice and it makes me overstimulated. I might have to because I've also got to work on the podcast when we finish here today. However, before we even get there, because you know they late. Shocker. Who's surprised? Raise your hand if you're surprised that they're late. Nobody? Yeah, me neither. You and experts should stream together. Most derailed stream ever. But fun. It's like my two favorite things to be is derailed and fun. Tina member for 8 whole months. 8 whole months. Happy anniversary to you. And Mildred, thank you for the super chat. I wonder if Tellus will request everyone a Pellegrino water for today and then not drink a single sip. He will be too busy spinning his narrative to be able to drink that fancy water that he is requesting. What a goober. What a goober. What a loser. Okay. So, you're missing the beauty of Tellus. He's so creative. Okay, well, I will say the whole thing about how he was just cooking that baby some lunch and hurt his finger, that was creative. Also, if you look at the finger injury, that is not a cut my finger on a knife type of injury. He thinks everybody's stupid. Bless him. Bless him. Would have been for 8 whole months. Hey, Brandi, Lucy, family, and the best mods. Hello. Hello. It is good to see you. Hello. Okay, before they get started, real quick, let's take a look at this because I know that some of y'all had asked about his route. And all that mess that he was doing. So early in the morning, we'll go through this really quick. Early in the morning, you can see over here, Jeff leaves to go get him some tacos. About that time, around the same time that Jeff is going to get tacos, he leaves. He gets the tacos from Roberto's. He leaves Roberto's. About the same time that he's leaving Roberto's, Tellus is going home. And then he gets home, turns around, and leaves again. Like, he's seen 2 minutes apart on that one road. So, I mean, he had to have either gotten home and left immediately, or I don't even know if he had time to go in the house, but whatever. He left again at 9:12 in the morning. Jeff returns home at 9:19. At 10:03.
Be seated, please.
They're here.
You can bring the panel in. We can put the witness back on the stand and you can bring the panel in.
Oh, put him back on the stand.
Uh-huh.
Can you hear Shackles? I was listening for Shackles. Hello, Zach. Broken Bacon Pro Tip. The way to Brandi's heart is a perfect spreadsheet. That's true. And tacos. We can always do more Canva creations. Okay, while they're bringing the jury in, I want to pause this loser's face. All right, because it only takes a second. 10:03, Jeff leaves the house again, and then he gets back home. Wait, did I miss one? He leaves the house again, and then he gets back home. Okay, at 10:26, is the first time that the car is seen pulling into the neighborhood. Here's Jeff's house. At 10:30, so 4 minutes after he leaves again, and I don't know where he went. They didn't say where he went, but 4 minutes before he gets back again, Tellis is in his neighborhood. So Jeff gets back home at 10:30. 9 minutes later, Tellis makes that same turn that Jeff had just made. He comes down this road, he does a U-turn and goes back up that way. Then gets up here, does another U-turn and comes back down. This is all like within the matter of like a minute or two where he's doing these U-turns, like kind of going back and forth, trying to figure out where to go right here. So that's at 10:40. He's coming back down. At 10:42, he can be seen going back up this way and over to the right, turning on Cornflower. So he turns on Cornflower. He comes down through here, back up. He's just driving all around the neighborhood. He ends up going back out of the neighborhood, coming back down that main little entry right there at 10:56. So 10:56, he parks and now he's on foot. So he's seen walking north and south from 10:59 to 11:01. Here's Jeff's. He comes up this street right here, walks this way, comes down here, does another U-turn right here in front of this house, comes back up this way, and then he's seen at 11:16 coming back down here, then walking to Jeff's house. He gets in that little side yard at 11:17. 11:21, Jeff comes out. The attack happens, and then 3 minutes later, he's seen walking. You can see him crossing the street right here. He approaches his car from the back at 11:25. So this is where he was parked right here. He comes around, and then that's when he comes back around, goes back into that main entrance, comes back to Jeff's house, walks up to Jeff's body, gets back in his car, and then leaves. So he leaves the neighborhood. He can be seen going this way. This is 11:35, 11:36. At this point, he puts his license plate back on, and then you can see ends up being down here. This is where he lives. So he's seen on these cameras 11:47. So that is his route. And then of course he's seen at home. Oh, you can't see because of Zach. Dang it, Zach, way to go. He's back at his house 11:51, and then of course we know that 12:09 is when he is at Planet Fitness, and here is Planet Fitness. So that is the route that he took. Oh, his face. I'm already annoyed. I gotta get my water.
Truce to help you guys name for the record.
Robert Tejas. First name is Robert, R-O-B-E-R-T. Last name is Tejas, T-E-L-L-E-S.
You may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. And again, with respect to Compass Realty's motives, I wanted to show you a probate court video. I'd like to see if we could share that.
This is going to be D3, and it's not been admitted yet.
You objected on this.
Hey, advocate. Raise your hand if you're annoyed already. I gotta get my water. Okay, we're live. I love good graphics. They help me understand.
The state has withdrawn any objections, so it will be admitted. It will go back with the jury panel. However, I'm not going to allow you to publish.
Okay. So when you do go back, if you could please review that video.
He is not giving them instructions right now.
I would like to ask if, getting back to where we were yesterday, if I could ask that we please share, well, first of all, I'd like to share a picture of the killer's pants. I believe it is a zoomed in version of one of the videos that was provided by the state.
I have it on my computer as well. It's clearer if we do it this way.
Okay,
As
and
been
it's
previously.
exhibit,
Yes.
it states exhibit, just for the record.
I want to say 378.
What are they trying to show?
It's the
state exhibit that's been admitted, I just,
It's
before
the
you
lowest.
publish?
Yes.
What's the number of flash drive?
It's
Oh, the flash drive?
Correct, we addressed it yesterday.
Okay.
It's also the flash drive that I gave you, they gave us money as well.
That's going to be court's indulgence, state's exhibits 338.
There's 338.
338, and you may publish.
His face. Oh gosh. Go on and show us them Jinko jeans.
Chris. You guys are in here every day, so.
What are we trying to do?
Just that picture. I
I'm
don't
just zooming in.
even know where that's coming from. So.
Well, my guess would be you have this item. So let's just.
He is going to lose his mind when he gets cross-examined. He is not going to like being questioned. And I can guarantee it's going to be Chris Hamner who does it.
If I may, I'd like to publish Exhibit A.
If the pants don't fit, no, never mind. Let me get my water.
Hit it in there. Thank you, sir.
The defense is publishing to the jury Exhibit A.
I'd like to show the two, my jeans versus the killer's pants. I personally don't believe that they look the same.
His opinion is irrelevant.
Right, sustained.
Okay. And I'd like to also note that none of my other pants, jeans, or anything else were taken from my home on the day of the search. As a result of my jeans being taken from me that day, I was put into that paper suit. And you've seen the photo of the paper suit. And the room was cold. I asked, well, when I attempted to have the temperature adjusted, there was no help there.
Oh my!
I spent the day freezing in that paper suit. There were various things that were done to, I believe, break me. I had conveyed concern all along about my family, and as time went on during this detention, interrogation, whatever, I learned of various things that I believe would tend to, and did for me, break someone's spirit. Being informed, I was informed that all of my vehicles were being taken away. And this was early in this interrogation. This was before they supposedly found a shoe, that they were taking all my vehicles away, which made no sense to me. When I wanted to reach out to talk to my family, to try to put them at ease, I was denied the ability to make any phone calls. when I wanted to speak to an attorney. I was denied the ability to talk to an attorney. It was my understanding that my rights were being suspended because I was not arrested, I was just being detained. Later again, detectives took advantage, I believe, of my feelings for my family by referring to them over and over. And, you know, it was a lot. Then all that finished. They were finished with the search, and they took me back home. And the media was outside my house, and somebody followed me all the way to my garage door with a microphone in hand. I don't know if I'd say chasing me per se, but she was walking pretty briskly all the way up to my house. And well, that was, I'm sure, her right. I wasn't. It didn't help the situation. You know, to know that the media had been tipped off and they were swarming around the house. Then I walked into the house, and what I saw hit me even harder. I'd like to share the photos of my house after Metro finished their search. I think it's A2 to maybe S2.
That's going to be A2 through I2. Yes, A2 through I2.
It was cold. And he tried to get help for that. There was no help. Not even a blanket! They treated me like a murder suspect. I was freezing. This is Las Vegas, you know. It was so cold. It was so cold. Then the reporters tried to talk to me. It's their right. I get it. It's their right. They have a right. It's their right. It's fine. But it was so hard on me.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, they're admitted into evidence.
And Mr. Dreskovich, I'm sorry.
Do you want to publish?
I would, if you wouldn't mind, could you take maybe 10 seconds of photo and flip them for me?
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
You want to see the photos? Is that what you're asking?
Well, I guess maybe, but when we publish them, if you could publish them for about 10 seconds apiece. And then what I'm concerned about publishing are the photos of the inside of my home and what. Okay.
Yes.
So, thank you, sir.
He's ruining the mood.
A2.
So, this is what I walked into in my house starting.
This is A2, A1.
All right.
Okay, I know the similar looking photo?
Yes.
Okay.
Are you done with this photo?
Yes, sir.
All right. This is B2.
And coincidentally, I was led to believe that they were not going to make a mess of my house.
This is C2. This is D2.
It's a mess.
This is E2.
They didn't even just take all the evidence and go. They made a mess.
This is F2. This is G2.
This fool better not be crying.
This is H2.
I hear some sniffing. Somebody better have a cold. This fool is not crying
This is I2.
over a messy house. He is. He is. I can't. I can't.
And this is J2.
My dog stepped on a bee. I'm
Sitting
annoyed.
on the floor in our bedroom in the middle of this mess. And so this for me was, the thing that just broke me. I'm sorry. I knew I didn't do this thing, and yet the police claimed to have this evidence. They did what they did to me. And
Hold on. How's the messy house gonna
I
be
have
what breaks
$1
you?
million life insurance policy. I didn't want my family to have to go through more torture. And so I don't know what I was thinking, but I thought, you know what, if I can avoid the pain that they're going to suffer during this whole circus, then some money into their hands to make up for me not being there, then maybe this is the thing to do. But it was, for me, never, I'm not guilty. I didn't kill Mr. Gurman. But as you can see, I attempted suicide.
But did you though?
And SWAT came in and pulled me out and put me into that ambulance. And Detective Jappy came into the ambulance, and when he came to the ambulance, he came in to extract a confession from me. It was conveyed that if I would just plead guilty, that
Objection here, sir.
Sustained.
And in response, I said that I'm innocent, but I didn't want my family to go through this, this thing that's going to happen. I guess what I said exactly was, I know that I would prove I'm innocent at trial, but I don't want my family to go through the pain. And I wish that I had the audio to prove that to you, but apparently it doesn't exist. I'm not certain how we ended up leading off with Mr. Gurman's, the response to Mr. Gurman's request for the messages between me and Roberta, the emails and the Microsoft Teams. The production of those items that were given to, or that they were going to give to Mr. Gurman, it's a lot. I think it's probably hundreds of pages. So I think we were trying to see whether or not we could produce them electronically so that you could review those messages for yourself and see whether or not they're a motive for murder. Your approach, please.
This fool started crying over his messy house. Crying. It's a cluttered house anyway. We saw the pictures. It's cluttered anyway. Good Lord of mercy. When you cry, your face gets red. He is still white as a ghost. Yeah, at least Murdoch, gave us snot and stuff. This fool. I I cannot wait. I hope they have jury interviews.
Okay, it's my understanding, based on the representations, that exhibit will be created and it will be marked and admitted after it's created. The state's going to put all those, I guess, communications onto a drive and it will be admitted.
Thank you. Well, and it's my understanding they already produced that item. I don't know if we can make sure that what they're producing is...
It will be provided to you shortly.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. You're going to review it.
I would like to now share a photo of my Yukon that was taken at the police impound in their garage. It's 02.
Not a tear on that marble head. Not even one.
We can move for a submission, or at least it's being admitted by stipulation.
It's admitted.
Thank you. And if we may publish it.
Absolutely.
Okay, so this is a photo of my Yukon that again was taken by the police at the garage. If you will note, my Yukon doesn't have worn paint around the windshield like the killer's does. I'd like to note that I am in jail. I don't have access to Photoshop this photo so that to remove any alleged paint, worn paint. I don't also have Photoshop to modify the picture that Mr. Mogg took that shows allegedly that there was worn paint on my car. I'll also note for you, just because you know the way that courts work and building records, that the doors on my car do lock and unlock. They do open. They do work. If someone were to open my car door, the visor, it works. It flips up. It flips down. So at any point, at any time, anyone could have opened the car door, flipped up my visor, flipped it down, even just prior to Mr. Mogg taking his photos.
Oh, it's all part of the setup.
So that's what I've got for that photo. Thank you very much.
He just cheerleader clapped.
The cameras that are in the corner of my house, I did install those on September 5th after my wife and I heard what we thought was a gunshot in the neighborhood. If, you know, and I think that it'd be pretty easy to, you know, well, I know that I said that to Detective Gaddis in my interview, and also it was previously discussed that those cameras were not there during the surveillance on the 1st. So Mr. Mogg would not have found videos for the 2nd, for the 3rd, for the 4th. Personally, I believe that when there's no videos for all those days, I'm not sure how it could be so. No problem.
Regarding the observations.
Of course, Your Honor.
Of course. Look at his face. Look at his face. His face is everything. We feel you, buddy.
Okay, thank you.
We feel you. We feel you, buddy.
So, I believe both. Well, I mean, I can't tell you what other people testified to, but I will say that that day, on September 2nd, at 8:50 a.m., I did make a text message from my house. And I did not leave my house. And I'm just going to hit this one point really quickly. Through 9:10 a.m. at the very earliest. Okay. As I testify later, it was much later that I left my home, but that's, I believe, an important point. So, 8:50 sent a text message, 9:10 I was still home.
Really? Because we have camera.
I would like to share, if I may, R2, I believe. I'm not sure if that's been admitted by stipulation or not. These are the tweets that I made that had any reference to Mr. Gurman.
It's not yet been admitted.
The audacity.
R2.
The state had produced a
Look at his
Twitter
face.
file that was not in your typical web browser format, and so when we went to review this is how those tweets came up.
Any objection?
No objection.
It's admitted, and you may publish.
Here, let's. So you'll notice that you heard about that tweet where I talked about where I joked about hearing rustling in the trash. Just a dig at Mr. Gurman, and that was the one that's listed on 6. I believe that's 6:18 at about 7 at almost 8 in the morning. You don't see the other tweets because again, for whatever reason, they didn't. When they produced this document, they didn't produce replies embedded in it. But that's the same one. And you see that my last tweet regarding Mr. Gurman is on 6/19. And there I say, at @JGurmanRJ, @ReviewJournal. Actually, it wasn't lashing out so much as making sure that you finish the story about the website and maybe poking a little fun. A winky face emoji. I had created, and you'll see that, as has already been admitted, I created this portion of my campaign website that talked about the stuff that was different things I disputed. And so I wanted to draw attention to that, so that's why I goaded Mr. Gurman into that a little bit. At the same time, it was actually June 16th, I had sent a text message to a friend who had reached out to me about, because he just wanted to check in on me. And on the 16th, I conveyed to him that it's all good. I'm not actually mad at it. At this point, I was over it.
Were you though?
I'm happy to move on. And I said, although, Gurman says he's going to do a third article, one about the website. I don't give a damn. LOL.
Oh, LOL.
I don't know. That's something that we can. Thank you, sir. That we can admit.
Not guilty.
This text message.
LOL. Winky faces and LOL. Psh. Acquit him.
If we may, or if you could present it for admission.
Hey, Kathy. I haven't got to see your video yet. I can't wait to see your recap of this.
Yes.
Sure, Jan.
It's going to be J3.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
At this point, he was over it because he had a plan in place. Oh my goodness, how many times will the judge rebuke him and cross for his behavior? Can we do
Objection is admitted, and
Thank
may
you.
publish.
I'm ready. Look at this attorney's face. We
So
feel you,
can see
buddy.
the content of there again. 3 days before I sent that last tweet. So again, there were never any messages where I would threaten Mr. Gurman. I'm certain that if there were, they would have been produced. Thank you, sir. The way that I handle things is I figure out ways to do things legally, and I'll discuss that in a little bit as to what I was planning.
He has an itinerary.
May I just stand up for one moment to show the jury why I didn't wear name brand shoes at the office. Just for a moment, and
You just want to stand up?
right where I'm at.
Yes.
Okay. So,
Excuse me, what?
I don't know if you notice the height difference. I wear lifts in my shoes. But I'm about 6'5.5", and I call it a vanity thing, right? I just wanted to feel a little taller. And so, if I may just demonstrate why this is important. So, these shoes that have built-in lifts, they're designed in a certain way where they don't slip off a person's foot when you're wearing them.
What is
Right?
happening?
You can see how this is so elongated because there's a lift in here, right? So you can't put, it's not, from when I've tried, I could not put a lift in a name brand shoe because that shoe would slip right off. There's not enough of the back of this, once that lift's in there, in order to grab a hold of your foot. So essentially, I'd be kicking my shoes off every time I walk. So, I never wore, again, any type of name brand shoe at the office, and I think that's something that'll likely be discussed at closing, and how that's relevant.
What's happening?
Of course, brings me to the shoes in the house. I did not cut up a shoe and hide it under my couch. I did not cut up a hat and put it in an open door of my toolbox. I did not kill Mr. Gurman, so I did not take a bag with my children's basketball and football out of the bin and use it during the commission of a murder. So, I didn't kill Mr. Gurman. I guess, my next statement would have been arguments, so let me skip that.
Can they charge him with perjury for saying he's 6'5"?
Yeah, and I think my attorney has already kind of discussed with you the deletion of this body cam video. I guess next I just want to share, I'm going to try to share some thoughts with you about the killer.
Oh, please. Please.
It was strange to me that the killer...
Objection, proper opinion.
I didn't get to hear, so, what did you, what's the topic?
Well, I wanted to talk about my observations about the killer.
Oh, good. He's going to help us solve it.
Any facts and observations that you've made.
Okay. Observations that I made about the evidence that I've reviewed, Your Honor?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. It was strange to me that the killer walked around the neighborhood.
Again,
It's hard.
facts and observations that you have made.
Right, and I was clarifying earlier that if I reviewed the evidence as provided the state, but that's okay.
Thank you.
I'll move on.
What the hell is happening right now?
So I did not. Make sure I get my order right here. So you saw a document with certain searches that said Jeff Gurman, Las Vegas, Jeff Gurman, Las Vegas, Rob 4NV, those type of things. I'd like, and my apologies, I should have actually sought this out earlier. I don't know if we can, it's a state's exhibit, if we can dig that up.
What is it?
It was a list of searches for Mr. Gurman that was provided by the state, a lump of Cellbrite items.
Cellbrite? Is that an extraction report? Yeah, it would be extraction. You can unfortunately help me pick which one you want.
happened, audio? Audio!
That was provided by the state.
What happened? Hold on, let me try another feed.
A lot of search results actually get pushed, or like pages get pushed up, is when people review, or when people do a search and they visit a particular page based on the fact that they did these search terms, that would actually increase the ranking of the page. And so I'll explain. So for example, again, if you Google Rob Tejas or Jeffrey German, Las Vegas, Rob4NV, then you go to my page and you find the page and you click it, then Google's going to say, okay, well, we're going to push this up, right? When people search, we're going to get it further up the chain. And so when I was doing these searches, you'll see, sir, is it?
I may approach.
You may.
Yes.
Exhibit.
State's Exhibit 356.
Thank you, sir. And sir, may I ask you to kind of go through this slowly on the Elmo, if you don't mind? If you don't mind, please.
You make that much.
It's way too much. Yes.
If I was trying to search for Mr. Gorman's personal information, I don't believe that I would repeatedly Google him over and over again. If you might focus, I don't know if you all can, if you might zoom in just a little bit more, if you don't mind, sir. So you see that it starts off Jeff German, Las Vegas, 4 times. Then I added Jeff German, Las Vegas Public Administrator. And if you could flip that page, please, sir. And then from there, if you could go down just a little bit, if you don't mind, just so I can read the very top. Okay, Jeff German, Las Vegas Public Administrator again. I did that a few times. And then if you could, and again, so if I was trying to find his address, I would be putting Public Administrator in the same search, right? If you could please flip that as well. So here I was trying to build a pattern. So next I searched Jeff German, Las Vegas, Rob4NV, which is my campaign website. Right, so later as I continued to research, I found out that the only thing it was going to do is bump the search result up on my own browser. But thank you, sir. So I ended up finding that there were paid services where you give them a credit card number and a certain amount of money to spend, and they have either one of 2 ways of doing it. They either have people in some other part of the country or the world manually typing in these search terms, from different spots to, and I guess it's, I don't know if you'd call it cheating to have somebody artificially pushing your website up, but I felt like, with what Rita Reed had done, that, if she was going to lie, that it was fair game for me to try to push my website up so that people could read the truth, right? So that was the purpose of those searches. But I never searched for Mr. German's address, and yeah, I would think that if I had, you would see a landing page of some sort that actually showed I searched for his address. So when I saw these supposed searches where I supposedly looked for his car, you got to have a man's address when you're putting it into, at least from what they showed, that supposedly they found the car by way of his address.
Himself.
I didn't know his address.
Really?
So, and again, and I think if you would have seen some landing page showing that I knew it, I didn't know his address. Never been to his house. Didn't do a Google Maps search of him. And when it came to...
Does he know we can see that he did?
Photos that are supposedly surveillance, I don't know why anyone would do that. Sit there and take 100 photos of different cars. I don't even understand what the purpose of that is. It's my understanding that surveillance means you go tail a person, not sit there and snap off a bunch of pictures. And then there were these other items that the state had introduced, photos of articles, like screenshots of articles, screenshots of
We're off the rails.
Was it Facebook messages, like a discussion that I had with John Cahill. And those are items that I was actually collecting for a lawsuit. And did you all bring a copy of that lawsuit? The lawsuit draft? Rick, may I?
Can you fetch me my lawsuit?
So I had been writing a draft of a lawsuit, and as I said earlier, this is the way that I wanted to handle this issue. If we may take a look at it so I can tell you.
Thank you.
Can you fetch me my lawsuit? Can you fetch me my lawsuit? They muted him again. They're over his BS too.
I couldn't sue my employees because that would just look bad. But I felt that after I lost the election, they were fair game. Because my original thought was that, if I won, or if I tried to sue them in advance of the election, that people would say, he's just trying to shut up people, right? And I got advice to that extent. And so I took it. I said, okay, well, I'm from an attorney. I'm like, all right, well, I won't sue them now. And my hope was that I was going to win. And I think I came pretty close, but it is what it is. So once I lost, I said, you know what? Fair game. I'm going to sue them. May I? Oh, I am so sorry, sir.
Once I lost, I was like, screw it, I'm suing them all.
So again, this is a draft of a lawsuit. It's an unfinished lawsuit that
Makes
I
him
started
seem sane and rational.
drafting, and it was going to be on behalf of myself as my own attorney, as part of the law firm that I had, Accolade Law. And I would like to ask that this be admitted.
That'd be great.
So you can review that and see that, again, this is the reason that I had actually captured some of those pictures. Sorry, sir. Okay.
He'll do great in prison because he lives in his own world, and that's what's required, I think, to successfully make it through prison.
The interesting about this situation, and I guess I had done my own research on cases, and I had found that there were actually cases where even DNA evidence had been planted. There was a case where apparently it was an officer-involved shooting, and the police were pretty sure they had their people.
Objection, relevance?
Yeah, the objection is sustained.
Okay. Well, it goes to my theory, but I guess we'll have to save that for later.
You're not here to give a theory, sir. You're here because you murdered a dude.
That day, September 2nd of 2022, as I mentioned earlier, I sent a text message, hung around home, had no watching TV or working. Somewhere probably around 10-ish, I went for a walk. Came back home, and then got ready and went off to the gym. And if I could republish T2.
Went for a walk around 10 and then came back and went to the gym. You went for a 2-hour walk, sir, and then went to the gym? Your math ain't mathin', sir. That makes about as much sense as you being 6'5".
Thank you, sir. If you could please turn to the appropriate page. And as I said before, I'm techie, right? You see that my actual login, after you consider everything I do, to get ready to go to the gym, when they were ready to scan my phone, it was at 12:09. And I say it was my phone because I'm a techie person. The tag that was on my keychain, I abandoned it long ago. So that was from my phone. May I next republish, I believe it's States Exhibit 374 regarding
So now he's a
text
techie
messages I
person.
received that day.
Before he didn't know how anything worked, but now he's a techie person. Noted. Mr. 6'5". Noted. Noted. Now we're techie. I don't know how this whole Google thing works, but now you're techie. Now we're techie. Got it. Got it.
Would you, if you don't mind, if you could publish it, please.
374 will be published.
It's about 20 pages.
If you don't mind, we can just go through it briefly. My apologies. If we could go ahead and turn to the next page, please.
It's 374.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so if you could turn the page, please.
He's only techie when it works in his
Okay, if you could turn the page, please.
defense.
You turn the page, please.
Otherwise, he just doesn't know how it works.
If you could again turn the page, please.
He literally changes who he is as he gets to different parts of
You
his
see
testimony.
again that conversation I had with my daughter. Had my phone, responded, no problem. At 9 o'clock, still had my phone when I got an email from Jimmy John's. You could turn the page, please. Still had my phone when I got this message from, if you bring it down a little bit, or the other direction, please, from Cora. And when I got this text message from this spam, talking about how they wanted to sell my home, I didn't respond to that. If you could please, when I got the message from Macy's, I didn't respond to that. And again, still had my phone. When I got this, if you could go to the next page, please. This is, so we had recently changed at the office, the way that, or our vendor for the answering service. And with that, I asked that they create a system or implement a system where we're automatically texted for these things. Again, no response required. This is something that was assigned to Rita. It was just provided to me for my records. So nothing to respond to. Again, another email, no response needed, just junk mail. Sir, please. Again, another message from the answering service. Then at 10:36, I got a message from my wife with a picture of my daughter. And then if you can go up, my wife called about 10:43. I'd been out for a walk. I was just about to come in anyway, so I didn't respond. You'll notice that she did not call me again. She did not text me again. That's because honey, I'm home. So, can we go to the next page?
He's so full of crap.
Again, another junk mail. Then a phone call from Reputation Defender, junk. I don't feel the need to pick up the phone from everybody who's calling. And then another email, again, automated email, if you could turn the page, please. And calendar invitation, junk mail, calendar invitation. And you'll notice by this time it's already 12:53 when we're at number 32. So I already have myself at the gym, right? So it's not like, I've got to answer any of these things, right? And then I was done at the gym. I want to say I typically take about an hour there. And so it was, I don't know why I would have missed this call if I was in the shower or whatever. This would have been from the vendor for my daughter's diabetes supplies. So they left a message. And if you scroll down, it looks like they left a message about a sensor for my daughter. I forget.
He throws things in there like that to get sympathy.
And if you could go up. So here again, like I said, you should have no doubts about the fact that I had my phone on me. Whatever anybody tries to argue. Because again, I clearly had it, went from the check-in, I say I had it all day. They may try to argue otherwise, but so when we continue on again, there's that message. Then my ex-wife sends me a message at 1:26.
Ooh, let's talk to her.
And I don't immediately respond to it. And I don't feel the need to respond to every single text message immediately. I don't know, I'm personally that way. If I don't find a sense of urgency in it, I believe it can wait a bit. Sometimes I won't respond to, even if it's a person who's sending me a text message, I won't respond to the next day. It's just whatever mood I'm in.
So you're moody.
I personally don't think that there's anything suspicious about my phone use here.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, sir, very much. So I went to the gym, like I said, at about 12 and got checked in about 12:09. Did my workout. Went home. Picked up kids later. And, I can't imagine the kind of person that would.
Sustained.
You can't
So
do that.
I personally can't imagine myself to be the kind of person.
Sustained.
I am not the kind of person who would stab someone.
The objection was sustained.
Okay. So, I've never beat anybody up. I've never killed anybody. I didn't kill Mr. Gurman. And that's my testimony.
Okay. Cross-examination.
I'm gonna need a break.
Okay. We're going to take a recess. During this recess, you're admonished not to discuss or communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, in any way regarding the case. Remember, questions don't come till both sides are done questioning. So when they're done questioning, if you want to ask,
She said cross-examination. She said, I'm gonna need a break.
your question might get answered in the interim. So
We all do, Chris Hamner. We all do.
Anyone, including your fellow jurors, in any way regarding the case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media, read, watch, or listen to any news or media accounts or commentary about the case, do any research, consult dictionaries, internet, or reference materials, do any investigation, test a theory, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own, or form or express any opinion regarding the case until it's finally submitted to you or being recessed. Is 15 minutes okay?
Yes.
15 minutes. Thank you.
All right,
He said, I'm gonna need a break. Yes, sir, Chris Hamner. We all do. We feel you on that one, sir. We feel you on that one, sir. Chris Hammer's gonna be out there like those pictures of Lally where he's out there chain smoking and getting ready for this. What is even happening in this world right now? What? Y'all, he was cold. They wouldn't even do anything about it. Couldn't even get any help. That was the most I stepped on a bee testimony I've ever heard in my life. Oh my God. I think he meant give me a break. Give me a break. Oh my gosh. That was hilarious. Elaine, thank you so much. Thank you. Snacks for Cross. I mean, you might have to share, but I'm here for it. Snacks for Cross. Ah. He's that little marble-headed moron said he is 6'5" and he wears. But you know what's funny? He said, there's so many things. There's so many things to point out. There's so many. That fool said, he starts talking about the shoes and that little dig about his shoes with the plastic on them, the Nikes that aren't like the fancy Nikes, they're like the ones you get at Ross. That stung because he had to address that. He's like, ain't nobody talking about my Ross shoes. Your Honor, I would like to stand up so that I can address the jury and show them why I don't wear name brand shoes. Nobody cares, sir. Tell us about the DNA under the fingernails. Nobody cares about your stupid Ross shoes. Okay? Literally nobody. Or Kohl's or wherever they come from. I don't care if you got them with mostly Kohl's cash. Don't care, sir. Tell me about the DNA. And then he starts to talk about the only thing he even says about all the things that we're wanting to know, which is about the hat and about the cut up tennis shoe and about, that whole situation where he killed another dude, all of the things that we're wanting to know about that. And he just skips right over that. And he's just like, I didn't cut up that shoe. Look, I have lifts on my shoe. That tells me nothing about the shoe that was cut up under your couch, sir. Let's go back to that. Focus, sir. Focus. I just want to when you see people like that, like if cats get on the furniture, they spray them with a water bottle. That's what I want to do every time it gets off topic. I just want to spray him with a water bottle. Like, focus, sir. Back to the topic, sir. What a buffoon. What a buffoon. That was surreal. Lindsay Hendricks, I'm back. What did I miss? Lindsay Hendricks, literally everything. He's 6'5". He's offended about his shoes. He's so cold. This is going to be the most exciting cross. I cannot wait. I gotta get snacks. Everything. This is my whole day. This is all I've ever wanted in my whole entire life. He said so much stupid stuff. Mildred, thank you for super chat. That courtroom must be the land of giants because when he stands, he's about as tall as anyone around him. He's not. I'm assuming he meant 5'5". I'm assuming he meant 5'5". But he's a moron and can't even. Sir. The lifts only fit in cheap shoes. That's why he has the plastic Nikes with his Kohl's cash. Don't dunk. Look, I'm not hating on the Kohl's cash. I have bought many items with my Kohl's cash. No shame in my Kohl's cash game. What an idiot. I don't see myself as the type of person who would stab somebody. Really? Because we saw you in that video, sir. He only got upset when seeing pictures of his house being messy after the police search. I know that fool was not up there sniffing and crying over his messy house being even messier when he got home. I know that fool is not up there sniffing and crying to a jury when a man was brutally murdered over his messy house being even messier when he got home. Excuse me, sir, what? It's cluttered anyway, sir. Get your life together. It's almost as good as Robert Merritt and the Soggy Murders. Yeah, the wet bandits. The wet bandits that he described. He was full crap too. What a buffoon. He said it's 6'5" and it's on the record. Can we just add perjury to his list of stuff? He's delusional. He went so far off the rails. You know, he just said, I'm laughing out loud in my cubicle. My coworkers keep coming back to check on me. Mercy. That fool cried over his house looking almost the same as it did when they took him. No tears for Cameron's dead body. None of those. No care in the world about that. Although he did say, he made that about himself as well. He said, I had to see those pictures. You had to see those. You poor thing. You poor thing. Oh my gosh. This broke me. This broke me. Well, you know what, sir? The good news is, I hear in prison you're not allowed to keep things messy, so you'll be just fine. I think they do inspections and everything, don't they? You'll be fine. You'll never have to deal with a messy house again. Good news for you. Loser. I don't think that I don't know this for sure. I don't have experience with this. However, I don't know that he will be able to get those lifts in his state issued orange Croc type shoes that they give out at the penitentiary. I don't think that they have lifts for those, sir. But maybe you'll get lucky and be on a bottom bunk. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. He is so full of himself. Discworld Edge Witch, thank you for the super chat. Can we talk about all the doors he kicked open? All of the, oh my gosh, cross-examination, y'all. Cross-examination. Let's make a checklist. Things that are going to happen during cross-examination. Things that are going to happen. He's going to get mad. How long do you think it'll take before he gets mad? He's going to get mad because Hamner was doing the objection, so Hamner's going to be doing the cross-examination. He's going to get mad. Oh, he's going to get mad. And Hamner's going to be sarcastic. Hamner's going to have some kind of sarcastic comment, and I'm here for it. I love it. I love it. I'm here for it. He's going to get mad. He's going to talk over... He's going to talk over Hamner. He's going to talk over the judge. The judge is going to have to get on to him. What else? What else is going to happen? GoFundMe for lifts. Oh, there are platform Crocs now, so fingers crossed. Maybe they'll get those on the commissary for him. Bless him. Bless his little marble-headed heart. Why ain't he got no color? And I don't mean just he ain't got a tan. I know he's been locked up. But when I say he ain't got no color, I mean he's like... You remember the books with the vampires where they described him as looking like marble? That's what it reminds me of. But like grosser. I bet he wears a lift because his left leg is longer than the right. That's why his right foot lands so much heavier than his left. I'll bet tens of dollars. And you know, I thought about that too when he was talking about that. I was like, he's doing is pointing out that the video that we see of him walking down the road in his hat and his orange shirt, all he's doing is pointing out that that's why he's walking weird. And then he's going to try to tell the jury, I just think it's so weird that he was walking around the neighborhood. Excuse me, sir? During cross, we need to count how many times he glances at the jury with that see what I have to put up with eyebrows raised face. Oh my gosh. I cannot wait to see him get angry at the cross questions. I cannot wait. Wouldn't there be ring cams of him walking around? That's another thing too. They had his car leaving his house. Or no, they had his car, they talked about it coming home at 9:10 and then leaving again at 9:12. And he was like, oh, I was still home at 9:10. No, sir. You were on video. Did you forget that? Did you forget that? We didn't because we just went over it. Did you forget? You think he'll be crying during cross? I hope so. I don't know that it'll be the real kind of crying. I don't know though. Hammer might be able to make him cry. Can we make him an elf on a shelf? Yes. I will make him an elf on a shelf. Oh, show the... Yeah, hold on. Let me find it. We're coming... I am so... Oh, my goodness gracious. I am ready for this. Bring on the Hamner. I am ready. This is going to be amazing. Okay, so for those who missed it, this was our arts and crafts time. This was the first one. We just wanted to cover his ugly mug. And then here's the shark nibbling on his ear, just like he tried to nibble on his coworker's ear when he was being sexually inappropriate with her. There's that big old marble dome. Just moments away from the asteroid hitting him. Oh, and then him and Thommy. There's him and Thommy. They're going to be bunkies. God, could you imagine those two together? Lord of mercy. That would be miserable. And then Wooly Willy. Kind of looks like Wooly Willy. And then Megamind, of course. Got to have Megamind. That's it so far. What a goober. The things he said are all the stupid. It's the stupidest evidence that he gave in his own defense. Yeah, he's still married. Cross will be amazing. I wonder how long they're going to let him go before they break for lunch. We'll do more arts and crafts at lunch. We'll make him an elf on the shelf. We can make him Pennywise. Yeah, that's what we'll do, spend our lunch break. I did hear from Detective Dino Kelly was in court yesterday. Not in this court, but he was in the courthouse yesterday for a different case. He said that there were cameras and stuff everywhere. Oh, and I guess Thami is mad that the documentary on Max, he's mad that they called it The Black Widower. No, this is the last one. They said that this is their last one. They saved the best for last. Or something. He was hacked. He's crying. I'm behind. Poor thing. I'm so cold. And they wouldn't help me. I like how he's trying to give his instructions to the jury. When you go back, I just need you to look at that. Verdict will be quick. Karate chop him. Oh, no. Didn't happen. Why is he short? I guess he just don't have his 6'5" lifts on. He had to have meant 5'5" or something. Or 5'6". Maybe he meant 5'6" instead of 6'5". Or 5'5", I don't know. I won't even have time to put verdict brow. I don't even know that I want to for this one. I don't want my brows to be compared to his. The Thami lullaby. Yeah, when I was trying to make Thami fall asleep and hit his head. Who's worse, this guy or Thami? Let's do a poll. Who is worse? Robert Tellis or Thami? Look at Hamner. Hamner's like, oh my goodness gracious, I'm so ready for this. I'm so ready for this. Look, this guy is hating his life right now. Or at least just his job. Worse at what? Worse at just being a human being. Oh my gosh, I didn't follow Thami. Thami was, I'm going home. The only person who I think has as much, let me rephrase this. The only person that I can think of that is as equally out of touch with themselves and self-awareness and being able to read the room, the only person who compares to this dude is Thami, which is ironic since it's the same prosecutors in the same city. And Thami told the judge at a pretrial hearing that he's going to get, he's going to get all these papers and turning all this stuff in, and it's going to ruin her day, and it's going to ruin the prosecution's day, and, they're going to see what happens, and then he's going home. Guess who ain't at home? Thami. Sure ain't. Bam, 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 bam. He did that whole thing too, where he was taking digs at Sharon when he was up there. That made me mad. This cross is a prosecutor's wildest dream. This is going to be one of those moments that Chris Hamner talks about for the rest of his life. How do you think he will answer the questions about the DNA, the shoe, the hat? Here's the thing. He is going to want to give more narrative. And they're not going to let him. Now he's on cross-examination, so he's going to have to answer their questions. He's going to want to go into a whole, storytelling time. Tall Tales would tell us. And they ain't going to let him. And he's going to get mad. He's going to say it's planted. Look at his smug face. Look, this guy's he's ordering a case of liquor right now to be delivered to his house for when he gets there. He's texting the wife, please stock up. Prosecutor smirking. And look, Hamner he did a great job in his closing with Thami too. Do y'all remember that closing? That was a good closing because he had just that little, there was those couple little digs of sarcasm where he's like, oh, okay, this is what you did. Oh, okay, yeah, it makes total sense. He has just that hint of it to where it's enough to point out how ridiculous they are, but not enough to where it comes across as cartoonish or disrespectful. He's got just the right amount of sarcasm and snark, and it's going to piss Tellis off. Oh, it's going to make him mad. Thami is Thomas Randolph. They called him the Black Widower. He killed, allegedly, 2 of his wives before Sharon died of mysterious situations. One of them after surgery, but she was doing okay. And then he asked her daughter to leave the room and get some time together, and then she came back and all of a sudden she was dead, and he didn't want an autopsy and wanted her cremated right away. And then one, he was tried for that one, but acquitted. She committed suicide, but not really. And there's previous history with his other wives too, having like trying to hire a hitman to kill them and stuff. And he hired a hitman to kill his wife Sharon, and then he killed the hitman so that he could prevent there being any witnesses. And he was convicted. Mildred, it's hammer time. Yes. Yes. I don't have to say allegedly anymore for Sharon. I legally still have to say allegedly on the other two because he wasn't convicted of those. Defense is asking him, please go easy. This is going to be amazing. Neighbors are smoking weed again. I can smell it. It's not the neighbors, it's the workers. They're doing work on Mr. Bill's condo. I'd rather that than cigarettes, though. They start their morning off with cigarettes, and it makes my condo stink. And then mid-afternoon, they move to the weed. Thomas Randolph is a man. But he does like pigtails. Yeah, he said right before the break that he never beat anybody up or killed anybody before. Did he open the door for his domestic incident with his wife to be brought up? Oh, good question. Good question. I don't know if that opens the door for that. I guess we'll find out. Good question. I'm surprised they aren't going to break for lunch before they start cross. Yeah, I know. They've only got like 25 minutes till they usually take it. Maybe they'll go a little bit longer. See, I think it does. I don't see why not. Because it's okay, prior bad acts. But if he opened that door, they could swing on through that door. You were just mentioning a book. What was the book you spoke about the other day that you thought we should read? Which one? I know we talked about a few. There were a few of them. I know we talked about, what did we talk about? We talked about The Paris Wife. Sold on a Monday. Before We Were Yours. Imagine AJ on this cross. Yeah. He would have a field day with it. I am so excited about this. Lori Wallace, hello. Hey, y'all, while we were waiting, take a second and oh, yeah, if you could hit the like button. Look, I've gotten better about remembering to say that. Okay, I didn't today. Lori did. But hit the like button. Make sure you're subscribed. It keeps unsubscribing people for some reason. Tosh gifted a membership. Thank you, Tosh. Thank you, thank you. It went to Miss L. Welcome to the green side. Vanessa and Lauren tweeting. Let's see what they've tweeted. She's giving... She said earlier, Tellers told the jury that he's 6'5". He is clearly under 6 feet tall. She's giving some stuff that he said, but she's not saying anything about the jury reactions. Candy, thank you for gifting a membership. Thank you, thank you. I told Matt Johnson we need to know what the juror reactions are to this mess. Dreaming Later, you gifted a membership. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Chris Hamner's doing cross. Right here. Which is great because here's the thing. He will push him enough to make his temper come out. Speaking of tempers coming out. Hey, it's okay. She does not like them out there working. She's like, y'all are too loud in this hallway. Lucy's in charge. Lucy's here for. Lucy's already pumped. She's like, bring him. Bring him. I don't see anything about the jurors' reactions. I really want to see that. Dang, I really want to see that. No. Nobody talking about it. That sucks. I'm not sure what the delay is. They probably have jurors trying to escape. Y'all, I would pass out if I saw on Vegas News jurors had took off from the courthouse running down the road. Like, we're done with him. Nope. I ain't coming back. What's going to be better, cross-examination or jury questions? How many jury questions do you think we're going to have? Lawyers just went out in the hall to make a deal. They're like, look, we know that didn't go well. We know that I know that was bad. They ain't running. They want to punish him for putting him through that. Oh. He's going to get snarky. He got so mad just when he wasn't allowed to show stuff he wanted to show yesterday. Think about how mad he's going to get when... Here's the thing. He's like I was saying yesterday, like people say, oh, this person's a narcissist just because they're selfish or whatever. It's two different things. It's textbook stuff. He is textbook. It is textbook. And they have to be in control. That's why he wanted to do the narrative. He wants to do a narrative so he can get up there and say whatever he wants to. He wants to be in control of it. He doesn't want to give somebody else control to be the one asking him questions. He wants to get up there and say whatever he wants to say. Lord knows he did. He's not going to like that he can't have control over this situation. Hamner's going to have control. Hamner knows that. Hamner dealt with Thami. He knows exactly what textbook narcissist is. He knows exactly how to deal with them. And he is going to push them buttons, y'all. And I am here for it. I cannot wait. When he gets that feeling of not being in control, he's going to snap. He's going to get snippy. He's going to not be able to control himself. We saw just a smidget of it yesterday. I'm here for it. I'm here for it. Go check car chases to see if they're making it get away. It was funny, everybody's jury questions yesterday that we were or saying give us the jury questions. We have a question from juror number 8. Did you use Kohl's Cash to purchase your cheap Nikes? They have not had lunch. I'm surprised they're not 12:15. I mean, now they normally go to lunch at 12:30, don't they? There's Matt. I just told Matt Matt Johnson, I just told him we need to know jurors' reactions. The jurors did not see him walk to the stand when they came in the first time. He was already up there. They put him up there before they brought in the panel. Normally they do that because the defendants are shackled. Baker sent me. Baker! I had a nightmare after watching this guy's trial. Oh. Was he 6'5" in the nightmare? As a juror, I wouldn't want to ask him anything. Not gonna lie, if I was a juror, I would... Oh, they're smoking cigarettes again. Go back to the weed. Ugh. Not gonna lie, if I was a juror, I would give any other juror serious stank eye if they even hinted they were going to ask this man questions. Yeah, the video of him walking at work and then walking in his fancy orange getup in his hat. Same walk, fella. Same walk. Different judge as Thami. Same prosecutors, but different judge. Juries make me nervous AF. Me too. Juries are notoriously unpredictable. However, I don't see a snowball's chance in Vegas of this fella being believable to anyone. Anyone. It's actually the workers next door. They're doing work on Mr. Bill's condo because Mr. Bill had to be put into assisted living. Unfortunately. Lori Shaver starts on September 7th. Is when it's set to start. You can tell by the way I walk. Yeah. I need to play that music when he's walking up there. I don't know. Oh gosh, they're going to end up coming back and telling us to go to lunch. No, he hasn't been out on bond. I wonder if Tellis believes he's got this nailed down since he has delusional thinking about how extraordinary he believes himself to be. I think so. The way that he talked to the jury, like, I feel like, I really do feel like he thinks that he's got this in the bag. Which is delusional. Oh, September 7th is a Saturday. Then oh, the 9th. 9th then. I'll double check. I will be mad if they are cutting a deal. Like, no, sir. We sat through all that nonsense to get to cross-examination. Absolutely not. Put him back up there. Oh. I think so too. I don't think he would accept a plea deal because I think that he really thinks that he... Those facial expressions just make me want to pray for him. I think he's too arrogant to cut a deal too. He thinks he's the smartest in the room.
Okay, the record reflects the hearings taking place outside. Is there an issue?
Yes, there's a question as to what doors perhaps were open in reference to communications between Mr. Tellis and Roberta. There's been a production made. We've had certain communications produced. We need to go through those. I think there's going to be a dispute as to what the scope, what's to be turned over, what's not, if there's been a privilege that's been previously asserted or not, if there's been any waiver. I think that's something we're not going to get done until after lunch. We're going through them.
But can we start and then that issue can...
I would prefer to know the... we can just lay it out pretty easily. Mr. Tellis got up here and it wanted all of the team's messages admitted into evidence. So that would be our request. There has been a production that we have, that the defense has, of Teams messages. We provided those messages. Sounds like the defense's concern is maybe there's another production of Teams messages because, I mean, the long and the short of it is some of the Teams messages contains information that I think Mr. Tellis finds fairly damaging. And so he wanted them in. We agreed, fine, let's let them in. And now there's an issue of, well, I don't necessarily, you know, I don't know that those are all of the messages. So what we're trying to nail down is the information. I mean, they have these have been produced. I can see in our files, these have been produced. I don't exactly know what he is looking at. I know the nature of the emails, the nature of the Teams messages that are the source of consternation for Mr. Tellis has nothing to do with an attorney-client privilege. It has nothing to do with, you know, something that would be privileged to the public administration's office. It just deals with something else. So.
What's the privilege?
Again, too, it could go into well, we need to see what a privilege was previously asserted or not. It's the state's argument, and I understand their argument. They're saying that Mr. Tellis, by his request, opened the door. As we addressed yesterday, Mr. Tellis is testifying in a narrative sense. We put the court on notice. The court had allowed that to occur.
Sure.
My concern is we would like to pull up on the jabs or otherwise what specific request he had made. There may have been a misunderstanding on the part of the state what it was that he was asking to have admitted. We want the break to go through that because it's the scope of what his request was. Obviously, it wasn't in response to a question or request that I had made. It was asked by Mr. Tellis. But again, I'd like to see that on the video, which we'll be able to address over the lunch break, because I think it's concerning a scope of the production.
Well, what do you think it was, Mr. Draskowitz? I mean, because it appeared to me as though, just a minute, it appeared to me as though he was requesting the witness that came and testified and talked about that production that was about to happen, I don't know, like the first part of September. I mean, that appeared to be what he was asking the state to put on a disc and produce.
Yeah. So what I was requesting to be produced is actually what was produced to me.
Okay.
In support of what was going to produce to Mr. Gurman. And so any and all, messages of any personal nature in the review of the documents that I saw, and anything personal, like, talking about perhaps going to the mall or whatever, that was already removed by the time I viewed it. So when Mr. Hamner's coming here with these messages, that was pre-trimmed. So I believe he's going to say that, look, this is why Mr. Tellis decided he was going to be angry, but that's not true, because the version that I saw had already trimmed out all these personal messages. So it's misleading the jury about what Roberta testified to.
Being trimmed out. You
So
mean by the
basically,
county?
yeah, Clark County has a policy where they run it through various personnel, because their policy is to only produce business records.
Okay.
No matter what. There's, they do not allow for the production in public records requests for messages of anything of a personal nature. And so, again, I believe it's in bad faith that Mr. Hamner is trying to show the original production and not what I personally saw. Because what I saw had nothing that referenced the mall or anything like that. And, and if Ms. Kennett, Lee Kennett, had any such concern, she would have said the same thing. She would have said, well, yeah, I had a concern with this. But clearly, she saw the same message as I did. We saw no concern because personal messages had already been stripped out. And now we're at the point where Mr. Hammer's trying to mislead the jury about what I saw.
And obviously this predates this gentleman being charged. This predates. We're not talking about production due to course of discovery in a criminal case. And this obviously predated this case. So we're talking about back when Mr. Tellis was at the public administrator's office, what he was given, what he saw, and I think that goes to the very point. It's referring to what his knowledge was back in that time, and that's why we want to address the scope of what it is the state intends to produce.
Mr. Hamner?
Our position is we have these Teams messages. It's not about taking a walk. Look, we'll call it out for what it is. I mean, it is. They are romantic messages between those two. Okay, I mean that's the reality of it. That's what's in the Teams messages. I have Teams messages here that contain that. They may be right. Maybe there is another version of this, but the Teams message that we have, that we've produced to them, contain this information. Mr. Tellis got on the stand, and when he told this jury, he was like, oh, I looked at those Teams messages, and like, I didn't have any issues with it. I'd like them all admitted. He did not put them together on a USB drive or anything, right? They did not come here and say, and here they are. They didn't produce them to us for us to review to see if there was any sort of discrepancy. I said, we have the Teams messages, we can add them, and now they're reviewing. And that's fine, like if we want to get clarity on this, but clearly it changes the tenor of everything, right? And listen, if he looks at the jury and says, oh, you know, I was totally fine with those messages, and let's say they missed them. What if they read them and they missed a couple of instances where they were telling each other how they felt about each other? You know what I mean? Like, then that's a misstep on his part. Now listen, if it wasn't produced, and there's some county law that's out there that doesn't allow that, but if we think about what the FOIA request, which we actually have here from Mr. Garman, which has been admitted, which was, we want all Teams messages to tell us, and all of his articles, when raising her, has to do with the inappropriate affair. It seems to me that absent, you know, some attorney-client for some applicable privilege, it is beyond me how that would somehow be pulled out.
And again,
Didn't the request ask for communication between
all
those
communications.
two?
He wanted personal text messages. He wanted Teams messages. He wanted emails. And he said from January of 2022 till this request is filled. And these messages appear in February and March and roughly around there. I don't know it all off the top of my head. I mean, I have excerpts of them. I have a paper version of excerpts of them as well, if the court would like to look at it. But I don't have any objection with trying to get to the bottom of, you know, did DA Civil really claw back, you know, the romantic messages? You know, I don't have an issue with doing that, but we need time, and I don't want my cross to start without this clarity.
and again, as to the scope, there was testimony. I would submit that his testimony, his narrative testimony, and that of Lee Kennett was similar in that in August of 2022, there wasn't an issue. Apparently he had seen what was going to be turned over to Mr. Garman, and she did too, and there were no concerns. So my concern is what the state is attempting to present to the jury is outside of the scope of what my client's knowledge was at that point in time.
They both saw what was going to be produced?
Yeah, I mean, the bottom line is this. This guy got on the stand and said, I want every Teams message admitted, but I haven't really compiled it. State, little help? Here's the Teams messages that we have. And now they have a problem with them. And again, I reiterate,
Good point.
I am okay with taking the time to try to delve in to see.
Okay, but how much? I mean, 30 minutes? We can break till 1 o'clock?
I mean, I don't know if it lasts that long. I mean, my thought would be, can we take a lunch break? Because if it
Right,
takes
that's what
long.
I'm saying, it's 12:30?
Yeah.
Just take 30 more minutes till 1 o'clock?
That's fine, yeah, you're right.
1:15?
Sure.
We can
Okay,
attempt to. Yeah, we can.
1:15. All right, we'll see you
All right.
guys at 1:15 then. But what, we brought lunch in already, so we'll just have
Okay.
the jury now.
All right, so lunch until 1:15. Okay, so that's a good point. Like, all right, so he's saying that they had him up there on the stand telling the jury, oh, I don't have a reason, you know, those texts that were being released by Gehrman, who filed this FOIA request, you know, he filed a FOIA and he got all of my texts and he was releasing these texts, but that's not a motive for me to be, you know, angry enough to kill Gehrman, because I saw the text and it was fine. We can enter them all in. I don't have them. State, do you have them? I mean, but whatever. Anyway, we can enter them all in. It's fine. Okay, so now the state's going to enter them all in because the way that he said it to the jury is like, there's no reason for me to be upset about anything that was on those texts. I've seen what's on the text and there's nothing for me to worry about. He didn't tell them that there's all of these texts that have like romantical, you know, Ew, gross. Between him and Roberta. He didn't say anything about that. He didn't say to the jury, hey, you know, we were having meetings or whatever the kids are calling it nowadays in her, you know, back seat in parking lots and stuff. He didn't say that. He said, I've seen the text. It's not any reason for me to be upset, or it's not any reason for me to have to, you know, like try to silence him. It's fine. We can enter them all in. So now the state's like, all right, cool, buddy, let's put them all in. I got them right here. And he's like, no, wait, no, wait. Don't, let's not get crazy. Let's not get crazy. Now he doesn't want them all in. He doesn't want all that stuff. So he's saying that, it sounded like they were originally trying to say that it was privileged. It's not actually privileged, but when they do the FOIA request, he said that they will filter out the private stuff and just do the FOIA request, like just release the stuff that is, you know, as it relates to public, whatever. So he said that, he said that now he doesn't want them all in. So he wants all of those redacted. But see, that's what he gets for doing that whole thing where he's caught up in the moment, spinning this narrative to the jury saying, I've seen them all. It's fine. We can enter them all in. You can see them too, and you'll see there's nothing. Okay, but now they want to enter him, and he's like, well, wait. Hold up, buddy. Hold up. Don't do that. So what a goober. Lunch until, let's see, pin message. Okay, so until 1:15. So that's not too bad. We got less than an hour. The attack against his wife, because he said he never beat anyone to. I thought when they said something about what doors are being opened, I originally thought that that's what they were talking about. That they were going to bring that in. Can't have it both ways. Daniel says, personally, I think he did it on purpose to get a mistrial or a redo or whatever. He's playing all of them. You know, it would not surprise me. Yeah, we know he has. Tall Tell's got a temper on him. He's a buffoon. I think he's playing everyone as well. I think that he thinks that he's getting away with it. I think that he thinks that this is going well. It ain't. But I think he's just delusional enough to think that this is going well. Yeah, that's like him standing up to argue the point while his lawyer is arguing. Calm down, Lucy. She's so mad. He thinks he just got himself a not guilty verdict. He never does anything wrong. He is equal parts hero and victim. Tommy's given him legal counsel. You're going home. He does have a big old head, don't he, Jenny? That's a big old marble dome on that fella. He is not still in a relationship with her. Actually, during the trial, you could tell that when she started talking about how she started getting nervous with the stuff coming out, like, oh my gosh, tell me that, your car doesn't have this and this and this and all of these things that it obviously did have because it matched the car. And she said she was getting scared. And then she said something about the walk, and that she didn't know that she didn't know it was him or something like that. Like making it sound like, okay, now she realizes it was him. They tried to break me. Nobody feels bad for him. Not one person. Not one person. Filtering out stuff in a FOIA request has to be illegal. So they're allowed to filter stuff out depending on what it is. It's kind of like the same thing was like personal, and it's kind of up to the discretion of whoever is filling the request, which can be really frustrating because I've done FOIA requests where like, there's things that I'm like, dang, they should have filtered that out, and then there's some that I've gotten back where it's like, why did you even bother giving it to me? Because there's like nothing on here. So it kind of depends, but it's up to their discretion. But he's saying that the public administrator's office, if it's personal stuff on there, then that's not considered public, like open to the public, even though it's coming through work, being sent on work emails or messages or whatever. I'm just glad they didn't agree to a plea deal. Me too. Yeah, normally the redactions are not super crazy though. It's going to be like, stuff that needs to, but sometimes they go a little overboard. Okay, let's what did y'all want him to be? What was it? Okay, we are at lunch until 1:15. I'll put that up there, but people will still not see it and they'll ask, what are we doing? What are we doing? What was it? Oh, an elf on the shelf. Is that what it was? What were the other ones? Oh my gosh, the stilts. Pennywise. Gosh, I'll have a bunch of them. We'll be busy all lunch break. Boss Baby. Did we have a... No, we didn't have Boss Baby. We had Mega Mind. All right, let's see. We'll do Boss Baby on stilts. How's that? We'll just kind of mix two of the requests. Roll on a roll. Let's see. Let's give him a straw hat. Let's do that one. Oh, wait, we were doing Boss Baby, weren't we? I forgot. Oops. Boss Baby. Boss Baby's too cute for this guy, though. Let's see. Of course, so were the dogs yesterday we compared them to. Look, see, Boss Baby's cute. We'll have to do two. We'll have to do two separate ones. His dang head's too square or something. Oh, let me see if I can find a different picture that works better. Maybe that one. Wait, his head's kind of cut off in that one. He sure does have a whole bunch of wrinkles in his forehead. Wait, is that one better? Wait, his head's cut off in that one. Hold on, let's see. Hey, Ivan. Hello, hello. We're just hanging out, doing arts and crafts. Arts and Crafts Day. I might have to make that one work. This one's too. We'll just have to fill in his head. He does kind of have a vampire-y look, doesn't he? Oh no, I cut his chin too much. Hold on. Dang it, I did it again. This thing doesn't move smoothly when you're doing it. Whatever, we'll figure it out.
January of 2022.
Here you go. All right, there's that one. Like it's like a long shirt though. They don't have a very good selection of orange shirts. What the heck is this guy doing? Oh, that one's kind of, oh, that's not good. Whatever, we'll just go with that one. He can get another one with his Kohl's Cash if he doesn't like it. Oh, here, let's do this. You can find some weird stuff online. It's too bright. And you can't see him. Wait, what was his... Hold on. What was his... What was his address? Something... something steps, Spanish steps. We'll just put him right in front of his own house. fonts are not working for our yard sign. What happened to our Kohl's bag? Why is it missing that one big piece? Oh, there it goes. What else does he need? He needs Kohl's cash. Well, he spent his Kohl's cash. We can get, but you always earn more when you spend it. Here you go. Stranger danger written all over him. You need to vote for Tellus bumper sticker. His car's too dirty for that. You know, for a dirty or messy house to break him, he sure does have a dirty car, don't he? This is not working. Oh, that's a big one. How's that? Here, we got to make this the bumper sticker right here. Need it to be more sideways. This is fun. We should do this every lunch.
Okay, the record reflect that the hearing is taking place outside the presence of the jury panel. Are you ready to go, Mr. Hamner?
Yes, Your Honor, and just, I guess we should try to make a record of
Yes.
the situation.
Go ahead.
So it sounds as if the FOIA request, that production, based on their policies, claws back personal information. I don't know if they've been able to acquire that information. Through the process of this investigation, the state has all of the messages, which has been produced to the bench, so they have that as well. So we understand why there can't be a joint stipulation to those messages, but certainly, this issue will be inquired into cross based off of this testimony. If I have no issue, I'll be inquiring based on the policy that he was aware of. So that'll be happening. Whether they want to admit Teams messages that are just limited only to business information, that's up to them. But we don't have a way to efficiently produce that to them.
So we don't have a stipulation?
We don't have a stipulation, but in discussing this with the state and with Mr. Tellis, we are just going to leave his testimony as it stands, and we'll not be seeking to admit. There's been an argument that he'd open the door, but that's set aside. He is not going to be seeking to admit the information that was provided to him at that time. Is that fair?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so the state's ready.
There's also that, the thing that you said would be produced and admitted later, we got that to K3.
No, that's the thing.
Oh, that is what it is?
That's what we're talking about.
Yes, that's.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
It's marked as K3 for the record, but obviously we just won't admit it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bring them in.
Bring him in.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Tellis, you can take the stand. Sorry about that. Thank you.
He's not shackled.
Yeah, you can.
Oh my gosh, I'm so excited for this.
All rise for entering jury, please. Thank you. Roll call be seated.
Does the state stipulate to the presence of the panel?
Yes.
And Mr.
Yes.
Harper? Okay, you may begin your cross-examination.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Sir.
And it's Mr. Tejas, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I want to start first with see if we can agree on a couple of things, okay? I was listening to your testimony. I'm going to publish States 311. I was listening to your testimony, and if I heard you correctly, many times during your direct you stated that this is the killer of Mr. Gammon, correct?
I didn't necessarily, but
You
sure it
did.
is.
You did.
If I heard you correctly, you kept saying, looking at the killer, this guy. I know you're not saying that's me, but you don't doubt that whoever that is killed Mr. Gammon. That would be fair, right?
Yes.
Okay. You had mentioned one of the things that struck you was
Thank you, Nurse for God.
you watched the autopsy, or you saw the autopsy photos, and you were struck by the violence of it, correct?
No, sir.
No, you did not. Were you bothered by the photographs?
I was.
And why is that?
Gruesome. I'm not used to seeing dead people.
Okay. I think you said it was ugly. Is that correct?
I may have.
All right. And you had told this jury that you felt like it looked like someone who knew what they were doing. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
You believe this was a professional hit?
And that's what I believe.
Okay. And you believe this killer is kind of almost like someone hired to do this job, like an assassin, essentially, right?
That is what I believe, yes, sir.
All right. Now I want to take a look at this picture for a second. The assassin seems to be wearing a giant sun hat. It's a pretty big hat, right?
Yes, sir.
It's fairly noticeable, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
You think that might attract attention?
I would think so.
Okay, but this is a professional.
Right.
All right. And this professional is also wearing a bright orange shirt, correct?
Yes, sir.
Professional?
Yes, sir.
But wouldn't that attract attention?
I think that's part of the reason, actually. If I could elaborate.
No. You believe that professional assassins want to draw attention to themselves when they're carrying out murder. That's your testimony?
When they're framing someone, yes, sir.
So the answer to my question is yes. You believe professional assassins like to draw attention to themselves.
It depends on what the nature of their goal is, and if it's to frame someone, yes, sir.
So the answer to my question is yes?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Your professional assassin is wearing a big saddlebag, right?
It's a big bag.
Right. He's wearing Nikes, correct?
Correct.
Not generic shoes, Nikes, isn't that right?
Right.
Okay. Gray Nikes, is that right?
Correct.
All right. Let's cue over to the overhead, if we could, or to the computer, if we could. All right. I'm playing the PIO video from Exhibit 338. So this is your assassin walking in the middle of the day, correct?
My assassin?
All right, this is the assassin, the killer, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Seems to have a little bit of a hitch in his getup.
Yes. I don't know. I guess it's an opinion.
And you don't disagree that's when you've seen all the footage. That's the killer's car, right?
Yes, sir.
It's a maroon Denali. Am I right?
Yes, sir.
You own a maroon Denali, isn't that correct?
I do, sir. Yes, sir.
Let me at least let's look at it for a second. So there's no doubt that the killer took a maroon Yukon Denali to Garriman's house to perform, as you have explained to us, to be some sort of professional hit.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I'd like to publish the PowerPoint, if we could. It's still from Exhibit 338, Your Honor. But it is the PowerPoint video. And I want to turn our attention to slide number 72. This is after Mr. Gehrman has been killed, but if we watch this footage, isn't it true that we see the killer come back to the scene?
Yes.
And the killer seems to be looking around as if he forgot something, right?
I've watched the video. I don't know what he's doing.
We don't know.
Right,
But
right.
we know a professional killer killed someone in broad daylight, made it a point to park on a completely different street, but then for some reason decided, oops, I forgot something, and drove all the way back.
My belief is that he wanted to make sure to commit the crime, and then when he was done, he wanted to make sure the SUV was seen in front of the house.
So let me get this straight.
Okay.
We've watched the footage, right, Mr. Tellis?
Yes, sir.
Isn't it true that the Yukon parks on Wintergreen initially?
I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention to the streets, but I mean, if you say so, yes.
We'll put it to you this way. He didn't park on Bronze Circle, did he?
Not initially, no.
And by your logic, if the killer wanted to be seen, shouldn't he have just parked on Bronze Circle originally?
Well, I would have thought that, if he wanted to make sure he got the job done first, that he would not have actually parked the SUV in front to begin with.
Oh, so
that's my belief, because,
okay.
again, that isn't me.
So you have a killer who goes all the way out of his way to park on a completely different street, walks the whole length, does the killing, drives out of the complex, and then makes a U-turn, comes all the way back into the complex, pulls up, gets out, looks around for something, and you believe that's all part of the assassin's plan?
And again, I don't know what he's doing in that video.
No, I'm just using your words, your thought process.
Absolutely.
You believe that was all part of the plan?
I do. It wasn't me, so.
Sir, doesn't that look a little amateurish?
He said it wasn't me, so.
I would like to think that I wouldn't use my own car if I was actually the person who did this.
Well, doesn't it look a little amateurish to take the steps to park on the side of the street, then you forget what you dropped, probably your murder weapon, who knows, wear this goofy sun hat, a bright orange shirt. I mean, you really think that looks like a professional killer?
I do. Again, it wasn't me, so yes.
All right, sir. And when you looked at the car, you thought, gosh, that looks just like my vehicle, right?
Except for the rims, yes, sir.
Sure, we'll get to the rims in a second. In fact, let's talk about that right now.
Yes, sir.
I love his level of snark.
Let's go to slide 41. One second.
He said it wasn't me, so I...
Slide 40. All right. So, you see that picture right here of the rims?
Yes, sir.
All right. Sir, do you see, if we're talking like clock positions, 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, you know what I'm talking about, if I'm referring to that?
12 o'clock is north?
Yes. So 12 o'clock is totally to the top, and then you've got 6 o'clock is to the bottom. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So look at this bottom right-hand picture. Isn't it true that when you look at the front wheel, the spokes on this wheel are not all the same size, correct?
Right.
They alternate in thickness, correct?
Correct.
At the 12 o'clock position, it's a narrow spoke, right?
Yes, sir.
And then the next two on either side of it widen out, isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
And in the 6 o'clock position, that's a fat, wide spoke, isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's surrounded by two narrow spokes, isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it totals 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 different spokes, isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
And just to be clear, whenever you look at one spoke, let's say at the 12 o'clock position, when you look at the opposite position, it's the thicker one, right?
Yes, sir.
And so if you look at a smaller one, if you look the opposite direction, it's going to be thicker, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that, when we look at the picture of this widened spoke on the killer's car, you see that on this wheel, on the front and you see it on the back wheel. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Neon Ninja.
Publishing 322. We could cue over. That's your car, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
There's no doubt about it, is it?
No, I don't believe so.
That is the car that you don't normally drive, isn't that right? Because you drive a BMW.
Right, I drive it occasionally to make sure that the battery doesn't die.
Right. Let's look at your wheels. Because your testimony was, my rims are different. Let's look, no, sir, I'm questioning pending. Let's look at the front tire. You see the front tire?
Yes, sir.
The one closest to the 12 o'clock position is thick, am I correct?
Yes, sir.
The one directly opposite that, closest to the 6 o'clock position, is narrow, isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
Just like the car in the video, isn't that correct?
It has the same type of rims, yes.
It does, but that's not what you just told that jury on direct examination. You said you looked at a tweet from General Bob Custer, and you felt, oh gosh, my rims.
Yes,
You
because...
relied on some person in the Twitterverse to give you peace of mind about whether or not your car matches the killer's car.
Yes.
So, now looking at your rims, because let's look at them. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 spokes on that wheel, correct?
Yes, sir.
Just like the killer's car.
Similar
Right.
to the killer's car, yes,
Not
sir.
similar, exactly like it, correct?
But they're not the same rims.
Okay. Sir, then let's take it this way. The 12 o'clock position is a fat, wide spoke, correct?
Yes, sir.
The 6 o'clock position is arrow, correct?
Yes.
When we looked at the photograph of the killer's car, it had that same pattern, isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
And when we look at the other rims, let's say we're looking at a rim here in about the 1 o'clock position, it's narrow, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when we look at the opposite, it thickens, correct?
Yes, sir.
Just like the killer's car in the video, right?
Again, similar to the killer's car.
Right. And it's the same way on all of your wheels, isn't that right?
Right.
Okay. Now, if we
Okay.
could cue back over to the PowerPoint presentation. Let's look at these windows. Bottom right-hand corner, sir. The front windows are not tinted, are they?
No, sir.
But the back ones are, aren't they?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's cue over to your car. Your front windows are not tinted, correct?
That is correct, sir.
And your back ones are, correct?
That is correct, sir.
Okay.
Okay.
Coincidence?
I don't think so. I think the killer got a car like mine.
Okay. So you would agree your car looks exactly like the killer's car?
No, sir.
No, it doesn't?
There's a difference with that paint on the lower left-hand side that Mr. Maga testified about.
Okay. Let's talk about other similarities. We've seen footage from the video with the visor down, right?
Yes, sir.
I mean, I could pull up the slide, but we don't need to because you remember seeing it on the survey, on the videos, right, from the
Right.
PowerPoint?
Absolutely, sir.
Okay, publishing 317. And look at that. Your visor's down, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You're suggesting that your professional hitman in the funny hat knew about your visor as well?
I'm saying that Mr. Mogg pulled my visor down.
Ah, but you didn't see that, did you, sir?
I didn't see him do it, but
Right. You didn't see it with your own two eyes, correct?
that is correct.
You're just telling it out of whole cloth, correct? You're speculating. Isn't that right?
I'm speculating just to the extent of who exactly did it, but sure.
Right. You don't even know who it was, correct?
It could have been another officer, yes.
Okay. So now it's not just Officer Mogg that's part of this conspiracy. There's other officers too. How many officers were part of this conspiracy?
I don't know.
Well, please tell me. How many do you think are involved?
I couldn't tell you, sir.
So you have no idea, but you think it might be Mogg and another officer, but you just can't come up with a number,
Well,
correct?
Mr. Mogg actually made some false representations about what happened. So yes.
Okay.
I mean, so
Sir,
I
isn't
don't know
it-
what his motivation would be otherwise.
Sir, isn't it possible that in your rush to drive back home, you just didn't even realize that the down visor might even be something of significance? Isn't that possible?
No, sir.
No. So you believe that it must have been the police, but you never witnessed anything like that happen?
I just
Correct?
know that I did not commit the murder, so that could not have been.
Okay.
My car
I
or my
understand you're
visor?
not taking responsibility, sir, but just to get back to my question, you never saw anyone manipulate your car, correct?
I never saw anyone firsthand, no.
Thank you. But the visor is down, just like the killer.
And
Correct.
anyone could have removed it at any point in time,
The
sir.
answer to my question is yes. The visor is down, just like the killer's Yukon, correct?
Anyone could have moved it at any point.
So the answer to my question is yes.
At
The
what-
visor is down, just like the killer's car.
You're talking about, obviously, at this point in time.
Your visor is down in your Yukon, just like the killer's Yukon, correct?
Again, without knowing who did it, yes.
Thank you.
Oh.
You were here yesterday and you talked for approximately 2 hours. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
And then you came here this morning and you talked for another hour or so, correct?
Yes, sir.
There's one thing I didn't hear you mention. The DNA.
Yes.
I'd like to talk about that with you.
Oh, yes.
You're not disputing that your DNA is underneath Mr. Gehrman's fingernails, are you?
Yes, I am.
Okay. But you've heard the testimony. It's there, correct?
I don't know if it was there or at what point it might have gotten there, sir.
Okay. I'm not asking you how it got there. Are you really denying that your DNA is underneath the fingernails?
Without knowing the truth, yes, I am.
Okay, well, you've heard witnesses testify.
Right.
So the DNA lab's in on it too?
I don't know. I don't know at what point. I don't know what point this sample was collected.
Sir, please tell this jury, how in the world does your DNA get underneath Mr. Gehrman's fingernails?
I don't know because I did not kill Mr. Gehrman.
You have no idea how it could have gotten underneath your fingernails, correct?
Under my fingernails?
I'm sorry, under his fingernails, correct?
I don't know that it ever was, sir.
All right, let's do it another way. You and Mr. Gehrman are not friends, are you?
No.
Okay, you don't hang out with him ever?
Sir, I did not ever hang out with Mr. Gehrman when he was alive.
My question is yes. You didn't hang out with him ever, correct?
I did not.
He's never invited you over to his house.
No, sir.
You've never hung out, had drinks at a bar, correct?
No, sir.
There would be really no opportunity for him ever to put his hands on you in any sort of social situation, correct?
Correct, sir.
And yet, these two people who are not friends, your DNA just happens to be underneath his fingernails. Correct?
No, sir.
Okay.
Okay.
You just don't think it was legitimately placed there, correct? Or are you just ignoring the testimony of all of the witnesses that talked about how your DNA was underneath the fingernails?
Again, at some point or another, I believe it was planted because I did not kill Mr. Gehrman. So,
and by that logic, if you believe it was planted, you are at least admitting, yes, my DNA is underneath his fingernails, correct? Can you at least agree with me on that?
whether it came from a sample of the fingernails or a different sample altogether, I don't know. I couldn't tell you,
But
sir.
the answer to my question is yes. You're at least acknowledging my
No, sir.
physical DNA is underneath the fingernails.
No, sir.
Okay, great. So you're just going to disregard what all the other DNA witnesses said about this, correct?
And,
Okay, that's fair. That's fine. Totally fine.
Totally fine. Fine.
Let's I still want to touch on this. You would agree that if I came up to you and I scratched your face or scratched your chest, there's a possibility I could get skin cells underneath my fingernails, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You would agree that if someone was trying to fight for their life and were scratching at the killer, they could potentially get DNA from the killer underneath their fingernails. That's a possibility, right?
Is that speculation or is that?
No, I'm just asking you if it's a possibility.
I would imagine so.
Okay. Let's talk about your house for a second.
Let's!
When they went over to your house,
It broke
they
him.
took a look underneath your couch. Publishing 224. That's your couch, right?
That is my couch.
And underneath your couch is a shoe and a chopped up shoe, right?
Right.
Okay. That's the gray Nike, correct?
Pure so, yes, sir.
Publishing 228. That's what it looks like, correct?
Yes, sir.
It's gray in color, correct?
Yes.
It is a Nike brand, correct?
Yes, sir.
It has a black swoosh, correct?
Yes, sir.
It has 4 horizontal, or at least vertical bars in the middle of that shoe, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. You would agree with me. That's the shoe that the killer was wearing, correct?
I don't know that that's the case.
You don't know? Well, it sure looks a heck of a lot like it, right?
Yes, it could be the same model, but it could be a different size.
Sure.
But did he get it with Kohl's
let's
Cash?
just look at it.
I don't disagree that it's the same model.
Right. It's the exact same type of shoe, right?
Right.
Okay. So we're not in dispute about it. We can agree on that, right?
Right, yes, sir.
And your DNA is in those shoes that are found in your house, correct?
I don't know that to be the case.
Okay, but that's the whole thing of like, it's a setup and I think the DNA people are framing me. Something along those lines, right?
Whether it's them or someone else?
You've
sure.
heard the results. The results say that your DNA is in that shoe. I mean, we did hear that, correct?
That is what we heard.
Okay. And you just think it's just another part of the conspiracy to somehow get your DNA into those shoes.
So I believe that there are officers who, when they think that a fellow officer needs help plugging holes in the case, that they're willing to do what they have to.
Okay.
He
All right.
laughed at him.
You characterize this case as a case that has holes?
I think that Detective Jappy decided he wanted me for this, and everybody decided to assist him because they thought,
Jappy's a part of it now, too.
oh, he's always
We've
been.
got the DNA lab, we've got Jappy, we've got Mog, and we haven't even touched Compass yet. We will. We'll get there, because they're part of it, too, correct?
So they paid Detective Jappy, yes.
Okay, great. Well, we're going to get to all that in a
Of course,
second.
absolutely, sir.
So, here's the thing. Are
Big
the
notes for
shoes underneath the sofa of your house, are those actually your shoes?
That I don't know for sure. I do have similar ones, but again, I have not,
Oh, you similar. Publishing 360.
I love it when he publishes things.
It's the same shoe, isn't it?
It is potentially the same shoe as the one, yes.
Well, sir, you're not doubting that this is a photograph of shoes that belong to you, correct?
Right.
Okay.
This is me.
So this wasn't planted evidence, right?
The picture of the shoe, no.
Okay, great. And you were claiming ownership over that shoe, right?
Right.
So it's gray in color, right? It's got the black Nike swoosh, correct?
Right.
It's got the 4 black horizontal bars in it, right? And you would agree with me, when you wore those shoes, you probably left your DNA behind there in those shoes, right?
Yes, sir.
And you're saying now that it's just a pure coincidence that the exact same type of shoe sitting underneath your couch in your house with your DNA on it, that's not the shoe?
Remember that I was under surveillance by Detective Jappy, and this was on a day that I was under surveillance.
Let's get back to my question, sir.
Yeah.
You're trying to tell me that the shoe that you see in that photograph, that you claim ownership on, that you say you put your DNA in, that looks identical to the shoe that's underneath your sofa, underneath the recliner, you're saying those two are not the same shoes?
I don't know that they are.
Okay. It's just another crazy coincidence, right?
When somebody chops up a shoe and puts it under the couch, that's a little strange.
Right. And here's the interesting thing. Look at the date on this. This is August 19th, right?
Yes, sir. And again, surveillance started at 8/16.
Right. No. But this image is in your phone, right?
This particular image, I'm sure I'd likely texted it to my wife to say, "Hey, I'm rock climbing indoors."
So here's the thing. How? Oh, so you're saying, okay. So you believe because you were under surveillance, what? That they knew the type of shoes you were wearing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You've seen the photos from the surveillances, right?
I have seen some of the photos from some of them. Not everything was produced to
You're
me.
not wearing the Nikes.
Not everything was produced to me, sir.
Yeah, okay. Of what was produced to you, which was everything,
It was not.
you're not wearing the Nikes on the days that you're surveilled. Isn't that right?
This 8/19 was
I need you
during.
to focus on my question. Isn't it true on the days that you are surveilled, you're not wearing the Nikes, correct?
That is not true.
Okay. So we'll pull them and we'll take a walk down that lane, because every single day Isn't it true you are not wearing the Nike?
That is not true, sir.
Okay, you're wearing your little moccasins, the gray ones, the topsiders. Remember those? You own those, right?
You own gray
topsiders, right?
What are topsiders? I don't know.
I'm dating myself, I guess. But they're like a boat shoe. They're kind of like it's like almost like a grayish felt, but they're not Nikes. You were wearing those when you were surveilled, correct?
If you want to put the photos up, I can confirm whatever.
The answer to my question is no, you don't know the answer as to what shoes you're wearing on the day that you were surveilled.
I have like a tan shoe that I probably wore during some surveillance.
Don't worry. We'll get the photos and we'll go through it.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Not the little moccasins.
So here's the thing. If Compass Realty framed you, how in the world would they know about these shoes?
Again, I said that I was under surveillance by Metro on this date, 8/19, and obviously they took photos, and they provided those to Detective Jappy.
Okay.
So
what? And then Jappy did what with them?
Pass them to whomever he needed to. Again, I didn't commit the murder, so...
Okay. So, sir, there's no way Compass Realty could know you had shoes like that.
They're not without being informed.
Okay.
Oh.
And this your phone isn't produced until after you're arrested, correct?
I don't know when it was produced.
Okay. You had your phone with you on the day that you're arrested, right?
Yes, sir.
Like, you didn't give it to Jappy in early September, did you?
No, sir.
No, you had it with you the whole time until you get arrested, right?
That I know, yes, sir.
And that was on September 7th, correct?
Yes, sir.
Therefore, the only way anyone could learn that information inside your phone would have to be after the murder was committed, correct?
No, sir.
Okay.
Okay.
You think there's a way that someone could have found the contents of your phone prior to the murder?
We heard earlier about the fact that someone can actually hack phones, yes. And whether it was that they found it that way or by surveillance?
We heard about the hack. It was just a question asked by your attorney. No witness ever testified that your phone was hacked, correct?
But you asked if there was only one means, and no, there's more than one means, sir.
Okay. Sir, let's just be clear about one thing. You have had possession of your phone through the entire month of August of 2022, correct?
It wasn't in my sight 24/7.
Sure, but you weren't loaning it to anyone, correct?
No, sir.
You didn't give it to Compass Realty, correct?
That would be weird.
Yeah, it would be. You didn't give it to Derek Jappy, correct?
No, sir.
You didn't give it to Cliff Mogg, correct?
No, sir.
Because you didn't even know who Cliff Mogg was at that point, correct?
No, sir.
You didn't give your phone to anybody from Metro, correct?
That's correct, sir.
All right, so now let's get to some of the other interesting things that are in your phone. Oh, by the way, and you also have DNA on the scissors, right? Or are we denying that? Or is that one you're at least acknowledging because of the cooking thing?
No, my blood was on those scissors.
Okay, so Metro got that one right.
Yes.
That wasn't a frame job.
Well, I do think that they used some of the DNA from that, but...
Before we move on, I gotta ask you this too. So like if Metro's really, so you think Metro's framing you for this?
As I said before, I think that we've got some officers who are overzealous and who've decided to help Jappy plug holes in his case,
Sure.
not knowing what his relationship was with Compass Realty.
Here's a
Objection,
sir.
If you'd be allowed to answer the question before.
Okay.
Next question, please.
Sir, I got a question for you. If the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department wanted to frame you, why didn't they put the murder weapon in your house?
I think that maybe, I don't know. I mean, it's a good question. I mean,
Great question, because if the murder weapon that had Gehrman's DNA in it was inside your house, wouldn't that be an even better case?
yeah, but at the same time, I think if...
But it's not there, is it?
No.
No, it's not. Even though, according to you, they control everything, they don't put the murder weapon on you? Does that make any sense?
I think it does.
Okay. How about this? If Compass Realty wants to kill you, why don't they encourage Metro like, we'd really like you to put the murder weapon in there? Why didn't they do something like that?
I don't know.
That seems really odd that the most significant thing is not in your house, correct?
I think what's odd is that 5 days after the murder, that supposedly there was a shoe
So the answer
and
to my
also a
question-
hat in my house.
So the answer to my question, the most significant piece of evidence, the murder weapon, is not in your house despite your theory you've been framed.
That's correct, sir.
Let's talk about this. We've seen the picture of the killer. What's the most notable thing, by far the most notable thing on the killer's person?
It's either the hat or the shirt.
It's the shirt. right? And that shirt is not in your house, is it?
No.
If Metro or Compass or Rita or Cliff all wanted to frame you, why didn't they put the bright orange coat in your house?
I couldn't speak to that. All I can tell
Doesn't
you is...
that sound not very professional if they're trying to set you up?
I don't know. Maybe for plausibility's sake, they put half the
Oh, they
stuff
want
in
to
there. I'm
dial
not
it
sure.
back.
They want to dial it back.
Okay. Here's another thing. Why don't they cover your car in Gehrman's DNA? Why did they do that?
Because they didn't have access to the car until the day that Mr. Mogg took photos.
But they have, I mean, they control everything. They take it to their CSI garage and they rub it full of DNA. Why is there no DNA of Gehrman in your car? I mean, if they want to frame you, why isn't it there? Do you have an answer for that?
Sir, I don't know.
Okay. But one of the things that we do know is that prior to your arrest, you do in fact wash that car, correct?
The exterior only.
You still wash it, correct?
Oh, yes.
And your testimony to this jury was, after Rita told me about the tweets about the car that I found so strikingly similar, I went out and washed my car. You told them that on direct, isn't that correct?
No, sir.
You mean Roberta?
I meant Roberta. After Roberta told you, gosh, that looks just like your car, and you read John Custer's tweet, you went out and that prompted you to start washing the Yukon.
No.
That's not your testimony.
No. I said that I washed all 3 vehicles.
Great. Including your Yukon.
Yes.
Right. Because you'd agree if you only wash one of them, that might look a little suspicious, right?
I don't know that I was planning things to be suspicious or not suspicious, sir.
Okay. But let's just be clear, you would agree with me, washing things can make evidence go away, isn't that right?
I would think DNA evidence would be inside of a vehicle, not on the outside, sir.
Okay. Sir, you'd be surprised.
Okay.
But that's not the
I guess I
point.
would be surprised then.
My question is this. Washing things can make evidence go away, correct?
Could it possibly? Yes.
Thank you.
Could it possibly? Sure.
Let's continue
His
down
little
the path
moccasins.
of what's in your phone.
His little moccasins. I need food. I'll be right back.
Going to be, oh, I hope I didn't ruin this. I'm going to be, let's see if this pulls up. We're going to be publishing Exhibit 354. Sure.
Little moccasins are totally going on the graphic.
Let's look at, all right, let's look at this. Well, let's do it. We'll do it this way. We're going to, if we could just cue over for a second to the overhead. This is this extraction report that has a lot of images regarding Google Maps in your phone. Do you remember hearing testimony about this?
That's what I heard.
Okay. And the date on this is August 12th of 2022. Isn't that correct? That's when these files appear. Isn't that right?
That's when it purports to have appeared.
Okay. Sir, you would agree with me, you don't actually have to go to Bronze Circle to get Google Maps to generate these images, correct? All you have to do is go to the website. Isn't that right?
For any location, sure. Yes.
Sure. And this is what, about 2 to 3 weeks before Mr. Gehrman is killed?
If we can trust the date, yes.
All right. So, sir, let's.
He must have heard Celebrate doesn't work anymore.
I'm opening the folder that says Bronze Circle. If we could cue over, please. That's Jeff Gehrman's house, correct?
I have come to learn that it is his house.
That's a great point. You've come to learn that. because prior to this all happening, you had never been over to the house, correct?
Correct.
You'd have no reason to be over at that house, correct?
That is absolutely correct.
You don't even know where he lives, because I'm sure Mr. Garriman didn't give you his personal address.
That is absolutely correct.
And yet the weird thing is, when we go through these images, when we start getting to like the Google Maps data, like that's his house, right?
It looks like that is the house.
Yeah.
He said, yeah.
Same thing, that's his house, right?
It appears to be.
Like if we look over here in the back, that's literally the very spot where Mr. Garriman breathes his last breath. Isn't that right?
Objection, all speculation.
Sustained.
That's the very last spot that we see Mr. Garriman from that body cam, right? He's lying right over there.
It looks like a similar area.
Similar. It's the area, isn't it?
If you say so, sure.
So you don't believe that's the spot?
I mean, it looks like the house, so I would think.
How about there? Isn't that where Mr. Garriman was found by the police?
And I would think likely so.
And the very spot that his body is lying is inside your phone.
That is very strange. I mean, how does someone plan to have a victim in a particular area at their home? That's, again.
So you would agree with me that if you were planning to kill someone at their house, it might be a good idea to get a lay of the land, right?
I've never plotted to kill anyone.
Oh, I didn't say you. I'm just talking hypothetically. You would agree with me that if you were planning to kill someone, it might be a good idea to get a lay of the land, correct?
I object. It's a hypothetical question. He's not an expert, so.
Oh, we'll take an answer.
Let me ask you that question one more time. You'd agree with me. If you're planning on killing someone, it's a good idea to get the lay of the land, right?
I don't know. I don't know what the circumstances are. I don't know what you're talking about as far as where you want to, do this deed or whatever.
Mr. Tellis, if you wanted, let's do it. You don't want to answer the question. We'll do it another way.
Again, I object to characterization.
Mr. Tellis, if you're planning on doing something, you want to prepare for it, correct?
It depends on what you're planning to do.
Okay. How about your work? As a public administrator, did you prepare every day to go to work to be competent at what you're doing?
Yes.
Did you do that because it's important to do the job correctly?
Yes, sir.
And if the stakes are really big, you want to make sure you're super prepared?
Yes, sir.
Okay. There's over 100 images of Bronze Circle neighborhood in your house, correct? In your phone. Isn't that right?
I don't know that they are, sir.
Okay. Well, then let's start clicking.
Let's start clicking.
Plus, again, I wouldn't use my card. It's
not my question. My question is, this is contained in your phone, right, sir?
I don't believe so.
Okay, you don't believe so?
If it is in there, I didn't put it there, sir.
Okay, so the answer is it's there, but you didn't put it there, correct?
Again, I do not know that it's there, and I certainly did not put it there.
Okay, so we're just... Okay, sir. You're
asking me to testify something that I can't tell you is true.
Right. But you did hear the testimony of someone coming and said, I looked in his phone and that stuff is there, correct?
That's what they've said.
It's the same phone that your expert looked at, correct? To extract Celebrite data from, right? It's the exact same phone, correct?
Sure.
Did you ever hear Mr. Aguero ever say that your phone was compromised in any way? Did you ever hear that from him?
We never asked him that question.
Okay, but he didn't say it, did he?
The question was never asked.
Right. He looked at your data, he prepared a report, and alerted no one to any problems with your phone, correct?
Thomas Randolph.
I don't know.
I object to, he was not called upon to review the phone. He reviewed the Celebrite extraction from the phone, so I object to this line of question.
We can move on. You heard from Matt Hovanek from the DFL department. He testified that there weren't any issues with this phone, correct? When he looked at data that came from it, correct?
He said that, I guess they try not to modify contents of things, but he didn't say that it was impossible.
Okay. Here, well, we can do this too. You got up on direct examination and you went through message by message by message, and you didn't complain about any of the messages that were on September 2nd, correct?
I dispute.
Object as to complaint.
Rephrase the question.
Sure. You offered testimony to this jury about the timeline, correct?
Yes.
You went text by text and phone call by phone call, and you explained things, right?
Right.
At no point did you say, oh, there's a problem here, correct?
Correct.
You had no problem with that information, did you?
Right.
Okay. Sir, do you find it a little bit strange that when you find information that's helpful for you in your phone, you don't think there's a problem with it, but when there's damaging evidence in your phone, you believe maybe it's been hacked or compromised?
I do think that if someone was trying to frame me, that obviously they would leave the content that I made on the phone as well as whatever they decided to put on there. Yes.
And as we see here, like there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different houses are being photographed, correct?
If that is truly what was on my phone, then supposedly sure.
Okay. Here's a good example. In this image, there's a security camera being focused on in the image, correct?
That's what it appears to be, which brings up a question that I would have.
There's no question pending, and you're going to get a chance on redirect. You'll be able to say whatever you need to say. But let's be clear.
That's why he's making his
There's an
notes.
image that isolates on a security camera for the next door neighbor with Mr. Gehrman. And it's right there, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. There's one right there.
And here was something I remember you told me about. When you started out, what was your first job again?
IT.
IT. You've got a technical background, correct?
Right.
I believe even on direct examination, you described yourself as a techie, correct?
Absolutely, yes.
So you know your way around a computer, right?
Right.
Fair to say you know your way around different software, correct?
Right.
Fair to say you know your way around a cell phone, right?
Right.
You certainly know how to use Google Maps, right?
I think a lot of people do.
Right. Anyone could use that, correct?
Right.
And you would consider yourself a fairly thorough person in your work as a public administrator, right?
More thorough than to do something like this? Sure.
You consider yourself detail-oriented?
I do.
Okay. Can we cue over for 1 second to the overhead? There's over 132 images in your phone focusing on that. Would you say that's a lot of detail?
If that was on my phone, I guess I would say yes.
Okay.
Dead. In his little moccasins. He did not say little moccasins. I'm dead.
And then let's talk about the Popeyes thing, Publishing 364. Do you remember these images?
Yes.
Okay.
I remember them being presented as being allegedly on my phone.
Right. The testimony was it was on your phone. You just don't believe you had anything to do with it, correct?
Again, I don't know that they were ever on my phone. I know that I did not take those photos.
Okay, so you're just denying what you heard.
I am saying that whatever the testimony is, that it could have been placed on my phone, or who knows.
The testimony was it was found on your phone, correct?
It was allegedly found on an image of my phone.
Okay. So, if we could cue over to the overhead, or the computer. We talked about being detailed oriented. You would agree this is numerous images from the same spot, correct?
It appears so.
And if we kind of look, and I just can't see because of the monitor. I mean, we're looking at, that's a sedan, correct?
Yes.
Sedan, correct? Well, it's like a minivan, but it's gray in
It's like
color,
a crossover.
right? And that's gray in color, right?
Sure.
And that's a truck. It's kind of a whitish gray, right?
Mm-hmm.
Another gray car, correct?
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Another gray sedan, correct?
Mm-hmm.
This one's a Honda, right?
Sure.
Or maybe that's not a Honda. I don't want to misspeak. That might be a Kia.
It looks like a Honda.
Is it? Okay, it's a Honda.
I think, or unless it's a Hyundai.
Or a Hyundai, I'm
don't
not
know.
sure, it kind of looks like an H. We've got an SUV here, but there's a lot of images here, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and according to this report, if we could cue over. Got 101, correct?
That's what it alleges.
That's fairly, that's a lot of photos, correct?
It would be.
It looks like surveillance, doesn't it?
It looks like a stupid way to do surveillance.
Right, looks kind of amateurish, doesn't it?
Right.
Not professional.
Right. I wouldn't see how that makes sense.
And
I
then,
love
sir,
this. I'm loving every second of this.
another thing located in your phone were these. Can we cue over to the overhead? Sir, what are we looking at here?
Looks like it's a identification of a vehicle that is owned by Mr. Gurman.
It's a Honda, right?
Yes, sir.
And we know from the photographs earlier, his Honda is gray, correct? We saw from the photos. Right?
I don't remember. I wasn't paying attention to the color with the earlier testimony.
You
Sorry.
have no reason to dispute me if I told you that the color of the car was gray, correct?
I don't, sir.
Okay, and we saw in those images, lots of gray cars were getting snapped, correct?
Yeah, I saw a black one and a white one, but yes.
And you know what that program that's pulling up that information is, don't you, Mr.?
That I do, yes.
That's IDI Core, correct?
Right.
That is proprietary software that is in fact used by the Public Administration's Office, correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
It gives the person at the Public Administration's Office the ability to look up personally identifying information about people, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and we can see here that Jeffrey Guerin is being looked up on IDI Core, correct?
What I remember correctly looking at this was it was looked up by address.
Well, that's just one report, sir. Let's look at this result. We can see
What's
he's connected.
the search term?
There's no question pending, sir.
Okay.
Take a look at registrants. What's the registrant?
Again, it's Jeffrey M. Gurman.
Right. And if we look down, what's the first address associated with this?
P.O. Box.
Okay. And then we go to the next entry. What's the address associated with Mr. Guerin? 7216. It's the second one related to Mr. Gurman. There's a first one related to Mr. Gurman, and that's the P.O. Box, which is current. The second one is 7216 Bronze Circle, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89. I can't read the. Mr. Tellis, that's where Mr. Guerin lived, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's where he was murdered, correct?
Yes, sir.
And this image of his personal information and his home address is located inside your phone.
Again, I don't know that it is.
Okay, so we're just, again, we don't have to do the dance, but you're just not accepting the testimony that it was located on your phone.
That is correct.
Okay, all right. But you'd agree with me that from just that bottom there, that looks like a desktop monitor, a Dell desktop monitor, correct?
Correct.
And again, this has more information about Mr. Guerin's cars, correct?
Yes, sir.
This is IDI Core, correct?
Right.
Software that is in your office, correct?
The office that Mr. Jappy visited, yes.
Okay. This is more IDI Core images, correct?
Appears so, yes, sir.
Let me just come out and ask you. This is your desk, isn't it?
It probably is.
Yeah. Let me ask you this. During your official duties as the public administrator, I mean, you didn't have like a case with Mr. Guerin at all, right?
No, sir, I didn't.
Okay.
And what was the search term to find that?
Well, one of the search terms was 7216 Bronze Circle, correct?
Can you show that to me?
Sure.
Sure.
7216 Braun. We can cue over to the overhead. Can everybody see that? Oh, it's much better over here. This is terrible. So you can see that, right?
Yes, sir, I can.
And the date, the created time is 8/23/2022 at 6:05 p.m., correct?
Yes, that's what it purports to be.
Okay. And that was a weekday, wasn't it?
I'm sure it was, because, I don't know.
And there's one more thing. This wasn't converted into UTC time. So if we subtract 7 hours, that's at 11:05 a.m. in the morning on 8/23, correct?
And again, I don't know if this document's been modified by a PDF viewer or not, but it purports to be of that day.
You recall the testimony, well, no, you recall the testimony of Matt Hovanich, which said this was not converted, and when you convert it, this search was conducted at 11 o'clock in the morning, correct? You recall him saying, I'm not asking if you agree with it, you recall it being said.
I know that I didn't do the search, so I couldn't tell you definitively.
So I'd like you to focus on my question. Do you recall Mr. Hovanich saying that here in court?
That's what he said.
Okay. And just to be clear, publishing 351, there it is. That's a weekday. That's a Tuesday, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you typically have random people coming into your office using your desktop software?
Again, that could have been modified in a number of ways. A number of ways, sir.
That's not my question. My question is, as the public administrator, did you allow people to go into your office in the middle of the day and manipulate and use your computer?
I didn't allow it, but that's not to say that it didn't happen, sir.
So the answer is, you had an edict that said you're not allowed to do this, correct?
But if I wasn't around or whatever, I don't know.
Okay. I mean, you would hope as the head of the department they would have at least not used your computer, right?
I would have hoped, but you'd be surprised what happened in that office.
Okay.
Oh.
Right, because of the conspiracy? Right, okay.
I am loving this. This was worth having to sit through him.
Isn't it true? I think we've heard from both your expert and Detective Jappy that there was no outgoing messages from your phone between 8:48 a.m. and 2:05 p.m., correct?
Right.
Okay. You mentioned, or at least we've kind of heard this comment about, well, maybe I was hacked. Just to be clear, you never reported to anyone that your phone was hacked prior to September 2nd, correct?
I wouldn't have known about it because there didn't seem to be anything wrong with the phone at the time.
So the answer is you've never reported any situation that
I didn't have knowledge of whether it had been or not.
You've never reported that your phone was stolen, correct, prior to 9/2?
That definitely did not happen.
Okay, you never reported that your house was broken into prior to 9/2, correct?
I did not, nope.
And there aren't any text messages on your phone complaining about being hacked, right?
Again, if I was hacked, I might not have known it.
Well, and sometimes when we notice we've been hacked, some people will send out emails to people like, oh, ignore this email, I've been hacked, things like that, right?
Yeah, there are various types of hacks, sir.
Right. But there's nothing like that on your phone either, correct?
No, and again, that doesn't necessarily mean it wasn't hacked. Or that somebody didn't create a false image later or add files to that image later.
Okay. So, sir, I want to now talk to you about this conspiracy a little bit. Is Rita Reed in the conspiracy?
Well, she certainly took money from Compass Realty and Adam Fenn.
So the answer is she conspired to murder Jeff Gehrman?
I don't know to what extent she had knowledge of anything other than to make sure that I got taken down.
Taken down, so she conspired to have you framed for the murder of Jeff Gehrman?
I don't know that she was privy to that particular part of...
So she's not part of the conspiracy?
I can't say either way, sir.
Okay, so you're not tying her to this?
I don't have any evidence to tie her to this.
Can we rule her out?
Object again if you'd be allowed to answer the question.
Sir, go ahead, please finish.
What was the the question
I'll
at
ask
this
the
point.
question again. Can we rule Rita Reid out of your conspiracy to murder Jeff Garriman?
I think it's weird that maybe it's not weird. Obviously, you've got to try to minimize the concern that I have with this and try to make me seem like I'm crazy for it. But there's the evidence to back up what has been occurring. So that is what it is, sir.
Okay, so let's focus on my question. Can we rule out?
I don't know that we can either way, sir.
Okay, so it's possible she's part of it.
I would be surprised, but I couldn't rule it out.
Okay, so it's possible.
Anything is possible.
Okay. Alicia Goodwin, is she part of this conspiracy?
Again, part of the conspiracy, sure. Part of a conspiracy.
Let me specify. Is she part of the conspiracy to murder Jeff Garriman?
I would think it's unlikely.
Okay, so we can rule her out.
I mean, again, I couldn't rule anything out, but certainly I think it's unlikely.
So it's possible.
Again, anything's possible, sir.
Okay, so we can.
That's what I said. I said unlikely, but
Okay.
if we
Understood. How about Mr. Cahill? Is he part of the conspiracy to kill Jeff Garriman?
again, highly unlikely, but
You're not ruling it out.
Without further evidence, I cannot rule it out, sir.
Okay, so it's possible.
Again, anything is possible, sir.
Is Thomas Monroe, who's part of Compass Realty, I believe, is he part of this conspiracy to murder Jeff Garriman?
Thomas Moore?
I apologize. Thomas Moore. Is he part of this?
I would think that would be likely, yes.
Okay, likely. Okay. And Compass Realty as a business as a whole is part of this as well, to kill Mr. Garriman, correct?
Again, if you recall that the best way to take me down would be to frame me for Mr. Garriman's murder. And so, yes, I do believe that.
And I want to write that down. You said the best way to take me out is to frame you for killing Garriman, right?
Yes, sir.
I'm paraphrasing, but essentially that's it.
Absolutely.
Okay.
He said, hold please, I'm going to jot that down.
You told this jury extensively on direct examination what a thorn you were in the side of Compass Realty, correct?
I was, yes.
You fought them at every turn, correct?
Absolutely.
You thought what they were doing was improper, correct?
I think I proved that.
Okay, you thought that so much of their wrongdoing that you actually went to the police about it, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were, till the moment that you were stopped working in that office, you fought against Compass Realty, correct?
I believe when that order was entered on August 30th, that shows that. Absolutely.
And the issue for Compass Realty is because you were the public administrator, correct?
Right.
You stood in their way from doing the things that they wanted to do in terms of independent administrators, is that right?
Yes, sir. And in fact, again, that order was going to allow me to dig into them and actually prove, without a doubt, that Detective Jaffe was just ignoring criminal conduct, sir. Yes.
So here's the thing, though. You said that they did something else. They also donated to somebody. Who did they donate to?
It's Reed Reed.
How much money did they donate?
$10,000.
So they thought, and let me get this straight. This is, in your opinion, the things that they were doing cost in the millions. Is that right?
Absolutely.
This is $1 million scheme that they're running, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And all they could muster to fund an opponent was 10 grand?
No, campaign laws prohibit anything over $10,000.
So did any other independent employees of Compass Realty shell out money for Rita?
So there's, again, Adam Fenn and also Compass Realty.
How much?
$5,000 each. And so, that's all that they needed in order to...
So if I'm hearing you correctly, you have described yourself as the sole impediment for their multi-million-dollar scheme, and the only thing that they could come up with financially to stop you is just $10,000?
No, sir.
Okay. That's your C&Es that you submitted, that's all we have, right? It's like 10 grand.
That's 10 grand on our campaign contribution report.
Right,
that is not all the money that they've given to anybody to, again, to engage in this activity.
Are you speculating at this point?
Okay.
Okay, please finish the question.
Again, without being able to firsthand investigate, because Mr. Garriman was murdered and I had been arrested and been sitting in jail for 2 years, perhaps I'm speculating, but if I'd had that authority like I had intended, I would have uncovered the various different ways that they actually tried to, thwart me. All the attorney's fees that they paid in order to pay these attorneys who would, again, this was an escalating situation that started basically, well, go on.
I mean, I think we're a little far afield of my question at this
Sure,
point.
okay.
I don't know that was as responsive to my question. So let me direct you back to it. You would agree like $10,000 is really not that much money. In the world of countywide races, 10 grand, not that much, correct?
In the world of county races, it's the maximum contributions for these two guys, or these two entities,
Those two guys, but listen, if we're talking about, like, you know how politics works. If there are businesses or special interests, they pool their money together behind a candidate, right? You don't know that, but you were.
it depends on the situation. It depends on the situation.
Over each other.
Sir, are you going to sit here and tell this jury you've run for political office twice and you don't know that businesses or special interests pool their money together to back a candidate they really want? Are you really telling them that?
And again, I don't have firsthand knowledge of that because I've never had that happen for me.
Right.
Now, if you're talking about political action committees, I don't know, what do you, PACs?
But the bottom line is, all they donated was 10 grand, correct?
I think that's a mischaracterization of everything they've done.
Let's move on. And then here's the crazy part. They won, right?
And I still kept fighting them, yes.
No, sir. You were a lame duck as of September 2nd, 2022. Isn't that right?
But I still continue to fight Compass Realty.
That's not my question. You're out of a job in that you're not an impediment as of January 1st. Isn't that right?
As of January 1st, but I was right then.
So you're trying to tell us that Compass Realty was so upset with you that they backed a candidate who wins, but then they just can't wait any longer, so they murder a reporter? They can't wait the 3 months?
I would recommend that the jury watch the video and again see the time at which the order was filed, and I think you might agree that yes, that is absolutely the case, sir.
So the answer to my question is yes.
That
Compass Realty, even though they successfully backed a candidate that defeated you in a primary, they couldn't wait another 3 months for you to leave office, correct?
because I've got the authority to really crack things open then.
Makes no sense.
He's answering the question. These are fairly complex questions. They require complex answers.
Sure that each of you lets the other.
Sir, are you finished?
I am now, sir.
Okay, so then my next question is this. If they hated you so much...
I don't think they knew me to hate me, but sure.
Well, I mean, they're willing to kill people over you, right?
I guess they would have hated me, yeah.
Right. And if they hated you so much, why didn't they just kill you?
That's a really good question, and I would like to answer it. My belief as to why they did.
Please tell me why they didn't just bother killing you.
Because if they'd killed me, would that have stopped the Nevada State Division from investigating them? No. If they killed me, would anybody have felt the duty to continue my work because I was actually doing this? I think so. So murdering me would have not discredited me. It would not have put me in a position where all the work that I was doing just got left by the wayside. It would make no sense to kill me.
So your theory is that Jeff Gehrman is collateral damage?
When you've taken into account the fact that months earlier we had this public feud, it's a pretty convenient way to do this.
So the guy who writes the articles that ends your career, they reward him by killing him?
Well, again, like I said, it was a pretty good way to do this.
And let's not get it twisted. Rita and Alicia are part of the conspiracy that loop in Jeff Gehrman, and they're in cahoots with Compass. So they're like, you know what? Thanks, Jeff, but you got to go? That's what you're suggesting?
And like I said, I don't know that they knew about that particular aspect of the conspiracy, sir.
Okay.
I mean, I would certainly think that they wouldn't, because you're right. I can't imagine that they would know and be okay with that, sir.
Isn't it also true that Roberta testified that once you lost, Rita Reed was actually reversing the things that you did in the office, right?
That would be her prerogative at that point.
Okay. So changes were even afoot before you had even left office, correct?
Sure.
And you even told us that once Rita took over, nothing came of the things that you wanted to, like none of the things that you wanted investigated were ever done, right?
I was talking about the fact that I had this investigative authority against Compass Realty that I had just gotten just a few days before Mr. Gehrman was murdered, and she never picked up that torch and ran with it. And it's clear why she didn't, because Compass Realty gave her that money, despite the fact that, as you saw, sir, she, And these homes, theft,
So
sir.
the answer to my question is yes. Rita Reed never followed through with the things that the authority that you had, correct?
Regarding Compass Realty, yes, sir.
Thank you. And just to be clear, she was going to have full authority as of January, right?
Yes, sir.
And the authority could have gotten Compass in trouble, but that risk was eliminated once they put Rita in, according to your theory, right?
Once she actually became the public administrator, that would be the case. But while I was still, as you call it, a lame duck, I was still coming after them, sir.
Okay, so your suggestion is, your thought is murder was the only way.
There might have been other ways, but it was again, if they didn't do it, they sure had a windfall for it that they didn't expect.
So, how did Compass break into your home to plant this evidence?
Good
Like I said
question.
before, I don't know how it got in there, but I did not put
How
it there,
did they
sir.
plant the hat?
Again, I don't know how it got there, but I didn't put it there.
How did they plant the shoes?
I don't know how it got under the couch, but I did not put it there.
How did they get your DNA in there?
Again, I don't know when and where that DNA was allegedly obtained, so I couldn't say, sir.
How did they put the images in your phone?
Again, I don't know if that was in my phone or on a corrupt image or what have you. Again, you cannot say when or where any of this occurred, really.
And again, when they executed this warrant, the police, they did that also in the presence of your wife, correct?
Not exactly, sir, if I may. So
The answer to my question is no?
not all of them did.
Okay.
And so,
No question pending. I appreciate it. You'll have a chance on redirect.
okay.
Jot that one down too, buddy. This is crazy.
So, let's start focusing on May of 2012, or May of 2022. Sorry about that. Fair to say that the dynamics in the office aren't great at that point.
That's correct, sir.
Rita and the old guard are unhappy with you and the new guard. Would that be correct?
Yeah, sure.
And the members of the new guard included you, Roberta, and Nicole. Would that be accurate?
That was just some of us.
Okay. There were a couple others?
I believe there were actually 10 folks, and after Jay retired, it was just 4 old guards, as has been stated. So 6 of us who are, and that didn't include me either. So I guess it'd be 7 of us versus the 4 people who had gotten there before I did.
Okay. So you agreed to do a sit-down interview on May 11th of 2022 with Jeff Gehrman, correct?
Yes, sir.
Why did you agree to do this interview?
Because I wanted to dispel the notion that there was any concern.
You were being accused of a series of things, including creating emotional stress on your employees, correct?
Right.
Bullying?
Right.
And engaging in an inappropriate relationship, correct?
Right.
Okay. When you sat down to do this interview, did you want to get the truth out?
To a certain extent, yes, but when it came to the office issues, yes, sir.
Okay. When you sat down, when you spoke with him, were you truthful in your interview?
Not entirely, no.
Okay. What were you untruthful about?
About the extent of the relationship with me and Roberta Lee Kennett.
Okay.
Oh, here we go.
What was different? What did you say versus the truth?
I said that, she and I had no affair.
Affair?
Regrettably, we did have, and when I say regrettably, I think we both regret the mistake, but we had a romantic affair with each other.
Okay, so you did lie to him, correct, on that topic?
I didn't think that was for the public's business.
That's not my question. My question is...
I did lie regarding that particular issue, yes.
Okay. Now, you would agree with me, at the moment you sat down for that interview, you were in the throngs of a re-election campaign, correct?
Yes, sir.
You'd agree with me that the public administration job was something very important to you.
I mean, sure. Yes. Obviously, again, it was important at the time. Yes.
Well, listen, you told us a little bit about your story. Right? You put yourself through law school, you opened up a law firm, You were elected to this job. You were proud of the work you were doing at the PA's office, correct?
It absolutely was.
Okay, and you wanted to remain in that job, correct?
I certainly did.
Okay. And you would agree with me that if you had been entirely truthful, that may not have helped your election prospects. Would that be correct?
That was certainly not the sole motivation for lying.
And I understand that, but that is a factor, correct?
I don't know, again, I don't know that I necessarily consider that to be the primary factor, or honestly consider it to be a factor at all. My main concern was having any embarrassment or any, for both of our families, that kind of thing.
And listen, that's totally fair, right? You're concerned about your family, maybe you're concerned about Roberta's family. Understood. And that for you is the main reason why you're not being truthful about that.
Right.
Okay. So, you sit down. Did you feel after speaking with him that you thought Gehrman would give you a fair shake?
I did. I thought we had a pretty good conversation. I walked outside with him. I told him more about a lot of the issues that had occurred at the office before I got there, and about the way that, the strange things that had happened. I won't get into it, but yes, I thought by the time we were done that, that he understood what was really going on at the office.
Okay. And when he, sorry, excuse me 1 second. When that was published, you were very upset, correct?
Yeah, I was shocked at what ended up coming out versus what we had discussed. Yes, sir.
Were you devastated?
I don't know if that I ever, consider myself devastated on anything. I was certainly upset. I was, hurt for, that this came out, but that was that day.
Sure. And on that day, and let's just be clear, because not only does it potentially jeopardize your work, but it jeopardizes potentially the family stability. Fair?
In a sense, yes. My wife did forgive me, but it certainly it wasn't good optically for obviously my children, and have them teased by other kids or what have you. So from that respect, it was a little hard on them.
And here's the thing, he didn't have to write it the way he did, but he chose to do so, correct?
Certainly, yes.
And you talked to him about how upset you were when you saw, I'm assuming, an advanced copy of it, or at least before.
I believe it was actually after it was released. I think people have been misstating the date of the article, because I think my text was after. I don't know if it got republished and the date changed or what have you.
Yeah, so, and like if we publish 353A, we can see here, the date on this is May 16th, correct? Okay. But you agree sometimes what happens is like the RJ will throw up an article online at night, and so maybe it's the night before, and then maybe in a publication it's for the next day. Something along those lines. Okay, so because your text messages with Mr. Gehrman reacting to this actually happened on the 15th, isn't that right?
Right, sir.
Okay.
Right.
So I want to talk about that if we could. If we could cue over. Now on direct, you said it was a bummer, right?
A bummer.
Or was that the election loss? I can't remember. I don't. Which was the bummer?
I think and maybe I can't remember what was a bummer per se. The articles certainly were not. I wasn't happy about them. Yeah.
Well, let's turn to this message. It's on page 4, and you state, "I don't know what to say. I told you about how much this has all impacted me. You heard from employees who are being harassed by these people. Provided you proof," I'm assuming that's proof, correct? It says prove, it's a typo.
It might have auto-corrected, and yeah.
Understood.
Yeah.
Provided you proof that I was doing my best to actually smooth things over after I had to make hard decisions. Still, you wrote an article that makes me sound like I'm the guilty one. That was not fair or balanced, correct?
Yes, sir, I wrote that.
You were very, very upset when you wrote that.
Yeah, and I guess it says I'm very distraught right now. Clearly there are typos in my message.
And you held him responsible because he was the one who chose to write the words, correct?
Again, at the time, I was upset.
So the answer to my question is yes. You held Mr. Gehrman responsible because he chose to write this article in this particular way.
If I had to hold anyone responsible in any sense, I guess the context that you're saying, I mean, certainly not enough to murder him.
That wasn't my question.
Okay, I guess I'm trying to get a sense of what the wordplay is here.
Well, it's not wordplay. You held him responsible. He chose to write it that particular way, right?
On that day, I felt that, again, he would totally misconstrued things, so I was upset with him, and I told him I was upset with him.
Okay, so that's how you were feeling on May 15th, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And you even say, I've done so much for that office. I told you I've been followed and that I caught Rita following me. You decided to take it on her word that she wasn't, however clearly she was. It seems to me you valued sensationalism or the value of a potential takedown than actually telling the truth. Thank you for helping him drop more pressure on my life.
Yeah, and I think that was a typo with the him. It was probably a them instead.
Understood.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you described this probably as a hit piece. Would that be correct?
Honestly, yes.
Character assassination, correct?
Yes.
And he's the one who chose it to write it that way, correct?
Correct.
I wonder if he's ever taken responsibility for anything ever. Oh my gosh, he's making all his notes. He's going to give
then
his...
what happens is...
his rebuttal to this.
9 days go by, and he reaches out to you again, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, the primary election was held on June 14th, correct?
I don't recall, but you're probably right.
Okay, so we have one article that gets into not just the inner workings of the office, but is hitting you on personal stuff. And now he's reaching out to try to do another article, right?
Right, sir.
Fair to say, you've got to be upset.
I don't know if at this point I was still upset. I couldn't remember. I know that I had to, at a certain point, start to try to, basically combat this with my own narrative to try to, again, win the race.
Right. You're so concerned about Jeff Gehrman's articles that you start literally creating websites to try to fight against it, correct?
I wanted the truth to come out, yeah.
Right. That's how significant the article was to you.
In the sense that I wanted to win the race and I needed to dispel what was in the articles, yes, sir.
You must have felt that this guy is just personally out to get you at this point.
Not personally out to get me. I thought he was a friend of John Cahill's.
Okay.
Later I found out that Alicia Goodwin's father was a friend of his.
That must have been infuriating.
I mean, it is what it is. You know, like I said, by the time, about a month later, I think you see my tweets. I'm more just trying to...
Well, we'll talk about different things over time that we see from you. But moving on, you end up providing a written statement, correct?
Yes, sir.
I imagine you're hopeful that you're going to get more of a balanced article from him, correct?
No, sir.
Okay, you're just hoping he'll just publish something, correct?
I'm just hoping that it won't be too bad because I'd already figured by this point it's like, well, you know what, he's going to do what he's going to do.
But it was pretty bad, wasn't it?
Again, that's...
It's the same stuff, right? He's trashing you, correct?
But there's a certain point which you kind of get desensitized to things.
Sure.
Right? So by the time the fourth article came out, I was like, oh, whatever. Right? I will say that when it comes...
My objection, he's answering the question.
I know, but sir, the witness is non-responsive to the question.
He's answering the question that's posed, and it's a complex
I'm
question.
asking him to ask the question again.
You're upset because he's trashing you, correct?
Again, I couldn't say at that time that I was still upset or just trying to fight to win the race.
Okay. This was not helping your election, was it?
No, that it certainly wasn't.
So then we have, let's do this, let me back out.
And
Hold on a second. I'd like to now turn to some items that pop up in your phone
Allegedly.
kind of around this time. So there is this image from May 20th. I'm going to publish that. This was found in your phone, correct?
Yes, it was, sir.
You're not denying that this was something actually in your phone?
No, and I can tell you why I did.
I'm not asking you that question, but the title of this is How to Push Down Negative Search Results, correct? Correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
He's writing his notes. Not the notes.
We have these kind of inflammatory tweets that you're tracking where they're talking about you, correct?
I was not tracking these. These were given to me by Roberta Lee Kennett.
Okay, so people are sending them to you, right?
Yes.
And then you have this message here to Mr. Kinsley. And just to be clear, that is a message that is being kind of issued out on the 15th, which would have been like that day that article came out, right? Is that correct? Because you had said, because the article was dated, the original one's dated 5/16, and we had that conversation about it released earlier, right?
Right.
Okay. So let's look and see what you say here. Isn't it true you tell Mr. Kingsley, I'm working to bring the full truth to light? I guess I want to focus on, you're kind of maintaining the same posture that you had with Gehrman, right? About these things, some things are true. None of this stuff is true, correct?
Well, and again, like I said, I'll point out that I did lie in this message because I did not want to publicly embarrass my family further.
Right. And to be fair, it's understandable, but so this is something that the potential impact on your family is so significant, you're even telling people in this context like it's not true because that's an important thing to protect. Fair?
I don't think that my wife would have left me, but certainly I didn't want them to have to go through any embarrassment or any pain.
Sure. And I want to focus down here at the very bottom, because I know you said, I was kind of over it and things like that. Isn't it true you state here you have no idea how hard it's been? You say that, correct?
That was that same day, and that was referring to the troubles that I had with the ladies in the office, that no matter what I was doing to try to actually make peace with them, giving them raises, whatever things that still, again, I had to be a cheerleader for the other employees while trying to minimize the damage they were doing.
Okay. You say I'm truly devastated, correct?
I'm adding a hero's
cape. It was
cape.
on the same day that I texted Mr. Gehrman.
So the answer is yes?
Yep. And
We're adding a hero's cape.
Out to county officials to see if there's anything that they can do to help rein in Rita Reed's behavior?
that I don't recall. I mean, if you got something to show that, as long as,
Okay.
I don't know.
All right. So.
I did talk to HR about how to best handle disciplinary issues and got their advice and did things appropriately.
Okay.
If that's what you're referring to.
I'm just asking. And so now that brings us to the primary, which is June 14th of 2022. You would agree with me, when that day began, you were hopeful that you were going to win, correct?
You're always hopeful when you're running for an election.
You had gone out, you had canvassed neighborhoods, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were expressing to your friends and family that, yeah, I think we're going to pull this out, correct?
Obviously, you always want to have an optimistic face, no matter what, but I wasn't 100% sure that I was going to win or not.
Okay. But ultimately, you lose. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you don't place second. You end up placing third. Is that right?
Right. All three of us were pretty tight, though, but yes.
Right. And I'm going to approach with what's been marked as stage proposed 377. Does that appear to be kind of the accurate outcome of the election?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's a fair and accurate depiction of those results?
I think so. Like I said, it was pretty close.
At this time, we're asking state permission to admit states 377. Sure. Sorry about that.
There's no objection.
Publishing 377, if we could cue over.
We added him a hero's cape.
So, when we look at this, you don't lose by much, do you?
No.
I mean, what, a little more than 2,000 votes, correct?
Right.
Jeff Garriman didn't write any articles about Carolyn Escobar in a negative fashion, did he?
I wouldn't think so.
I mean, leading up to his election, he didn't do that, correct?
Correct?
He didn't do that about Rita.
No.
Fair to say, in your opinion, if Jeff Garriman hadn't written these articles, you probably end up winning that primary?
Probably yes.
It had to be crushing, correct?
No, it was disappointing, but again, I knew that my chances were 50-50, so I was prepared for a loss. And I think my conciliation post on Facebook was pretty clear that, hey, you know what? We tried really hard. We gave it our go. But, you know, I'm going to go serve families as a probate attorney again. I'm ready to go back to work. And, you know, and I got a lot of support when I made that post.
Okay. But everything that you work for is gone because of a couple of articles that say things that you don't think are really true, correct? Especially about the work stuff, right?
It wasn't the articles per se. It was obviously Rita and Alicia.
Who got Jeff Garriman into the fold to publicly tear you down.
They did, yes.
And he agreed to do it.
Yeah.
So now I want to focus on just 2 days later. 2 days later. Oh, can we cue over? Sorry. 2 days later, Jeff Garriman writes to you, correct?
Mm-hmm.
At this point, you are kind of right on teetering on the verge of like conceding, correct?
I think it took a long time for the count to occur. It was like almost a week. So we were, again, this is a while back, so if I remember correctly, we were still waiting for the final outcome. And yeah, so this was...
So you're down as of May 16th, you're losing in the race, correct?
It was kind of like similar to what you saw on that report in the sense that things kept going up and down, but you know, it was I think if I'm not mistaken, it was somewhere in those 1,000, 2,000 between the three of us, but Rita would go up, then Caroline would go up, and so it was more of a tug of war between them and that was pretty much in third place at all times.
So it's very close, right?
It was really close.
You don't know how this, at this point, as of June 16th, you still don't officially know how this one's going to shake out, correct?
Based on the fact that I never came out of third place during the whole thing, I was pretty sure that it was done.
Okay, but nevertheless, Jeff Garriman comes calling again, correct?
Mm-hmm. And it's about that truth website that I created.
Right, and you just say it's fine at this point. They won. Do what you like.
Mm-hmm.
Fair to say you felt resigned at this point.
Yeah, like just what's it going to do at this point? Whatever,
Well, he wrote another one, correct?
Mm-hmm. That is, yes.
Fair to say you weren't happy with that coverage. It wasn't positive, was it?
Again, I don't remember if I cared or not. And I know I started to poke fun at him on Twitter, but it came to a point where it was just me trying to, I think, see if I couldn't get him to put more light on my website.
Okay. And so then on June 18th, he publishes this article number 3, correct?
Mm-hmm. Excuse me, I'm sorry, Your Honor. Yes.
And then just 6 days later on June 22nd, he publishes a 4th article about you officially losing, but pointing out that you remain combative, correct?
Yeah, which again was inaccurate, but sure. Yes.
So again, it's inaccurate reporting about you, the 4th one.
Right. Well, like I said, by this point, I was just having fun with it.
Well, let's be, Mr. Tejas, you didn't like Jeff Garriman by this point, did you?
I mean, sure. I did not like him.
You hated him, isn't that correct?
And I don't know if hate, I mean, there might have been various points throughout that where I might have felt like that, but I don't know that he was not a central figure in my life. I'll put it that way.
He is the figure that ends up causing you to leave your job as public administrator for Clark County. correct?
Again, I don't blame him per se. I blame Rita and I blame Alicia.
Sir, you just told this jury that if those articles weren't written, hold on,
Go ahead.
I'm not finished. You just told this jury, like 5 minutes ago, that if Mr. Gehrman hadn't written these 4 articles, you believe you would have won the race.
Yeah. But again, if Rita and Alicia hadn't gone to Alicia's dad to ask for this favor, those articles wouldn't have happened.
So the answer to my question is yes.
Who I would hold most responsible is not Mr. Gehrman.
Sir, that's not my question.
Okay.
My question is, you believe if Mr. Gehrman had not written these 4 articles, you would have won the race, correct?
I do believe that, yes.
You hated him by this point in time, isn't that right?
I could not say whether I hated him by this point in time, and if I, how long I might have hated him, if,
Roberta said you hated him.
Roberta is entitled to her own opinion. I don't know that I ever said I hated him.
Okay. So, now we're in July. Fair to say, working in that office had to have been hard in July.
So after the election loss, I ended up, so I guess just back up a little bit. When Mike Murphy came into the office, it was not a directive from Clark County. It was a request. Jeff Wells said, hey, you've got this situation. I think, maybe if we bring in Mr. Murphy, he could help you kind of be an independent, arbiter of sorts. And he said that, you don't have to say yes. This is not, we have no right to force this on you. It's entirely up to you. And I said, what, sounds like a great idea. Let's do it. So brought him in, but then again, that got misconstrued, it is what it is at this point. But so once I lost the election, he and Rita had taken over the duties primarily, and I did most of my work from home, coming in a couple of days a week, just to do things here and there.
Okay, so to go back to my question, was July hard? Yes or no?
I guess my answer would be not as. I didn't have to deal with the first, the day-to-day frustrations I used to deal with when I was in the office 50 hours a week.
So you came in less, correct?
Yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
Rita assumed more of a responsibility.
Right, sir.
Even though you were still the acting, duly elected public administrator.
Right. We decided, just.
Okay. I'm going to publish Exhibit 340. We can cue over to the Elmo. On June 13th, I don't know if you are aware of this back in the day, but an email is sent out. I'm sorry? July, sorry about that.
Who's that?
July 13th of 2022, Jeff Gehrman is making a public records request, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, in July, you have already lost your race, correct?
Right.
So the election isn't at stake. Is that correct?
Right. Correct.
You will be gone in a matter of 6 months, right?
Right.
And now, Jeff Gehrman is asking for all emails between Public Administrator Robert Tellis and Estate Quarter Roberta Lee Kennett from January 1st to the date that this is fulfilled, correct?
Right.
He also wanted all of your communications, including messages between you and Roberta, correct?
Right.
He wanted you to wanted the county to provide all text messages between you and Roberta, correct?
Right.
From your personal cell phones, correct?
Yes, he did, but he was not allowed to have them. But yes.
Sure. Understood. But that's how far this is going. And additionally, and I didn't read that in the middle, it included a request for Microsoft Teams messages as well. Isn't that right?
Right.
Okay. Now, sir, you are familiar with the county's policy. Well, let's do it this way. You testified to this jury that, before the records request went out for the Teams messages, you had reviewed them and you didn't have any issues with them, correct?
And I'd love to elaborate on that if I could.
I need you to focus on my question. Yes or no?
I had an opportunity to, yes, I did have an opportunity to review them before.
Judge, it's a two-way street on this one.
Okay, if you can answer the question, yes or no.
I haven't finished the question yet.
Oh,
Then I can ask Mr. Hamner if he wants you to answer the question.
I need you to listen. I need to finish the question.
Oh, I thought you were done. Sorry.
Well, yes or no. You testified on direct examination that you reviewed Teams messages and you did not have an issue with them, correct?
The production that I understood was going to be sent to Mr. Gurman, yes.
Right. And just to be clear, you were familiar with the county's policy about what gets produced in a public records request, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so, isn't it true that under this county policy, personal messages would not be produced under a public records request?
That is correct.
Okay. So any personal communications between you and her wouldn't go out to Mr. Garriman, correct?
That is absolutely correct.
And that is why, and so you're like, I don't have any issue with that other stuff going out, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But let's be clear about something. The election's over, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Jeff Garriman...
Yes, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
And Jeff Garriman seems to still be digging about you and Roberto, isn't that right?
Yes, but there's nothing to dig, provided obviously that if he was going to receive what I saw, then there was nothing for him to dig.
I mean, you'd agree, reporters typically don't ask for records requests unless they're planning on doing a story, correct?
Sometimes I think they're just fishing to see if there is a story.
And according to this records request, he's fishing about one thing, it's you and Roberto, right?
Right.
Okay. Which you told us back in May, when you sat down with your interview with Jeff Garriman, the number one priority was to, protect your family and not really dig into that, correct? Or at least disclose that, correct?
I'm sorry.
You told us when you met with Garriman on May 11th, you had said, I was truthful about some things, but I wasn't truthful about everything. The one thing I didn't want to talk about was the indiscretions. And you said that the reason for that was I was really concerned about my family, correct? Okay. The election's over, you're on your way out, and now this guy is wanting to ask more questions about you and Roberto, right?
Yeah.
It's not about you and Rita, right?
There's a... I know that there was a later request for those other emails that got appended to this, but I don't know if you remember that with Mike Murphy and Rita.
Just in this specific request, he's not asking for communications between you and Rita, right?
Correct.
He's not asking for communications between you and Alicia, right?
Correct.
It's just about you and Roberto.
Right.
He's not leaving it alone, is he?
I think he's still fishing.
That had to have been frustrating, Mr. Tellis.
No, it was not, because I knew he wasn't going to have anything based on what I reviewed from the production.
Okay. So it's your testimony that the possibility of a fifth article didn't concern you at all when the potential source of the request is just about your communications between you and Roberto. You're telling us that's not a concern at this point in time.
Again, so I can explain to you how things...
Yes or no? Is it a concern or is it not?
Not at the time that I reviewed those documents, no.
Okay. So, now, let's now jump forward to August 8th of 2022. On that day, Dan Coolin emails you and starts to tell you about the production request, that it's going to start to happen, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's on August 8th, right?
Yes, sir.
I hate that face he makes when he's doing his...
I'll do this quickly here. August 8th. 4 days later, in your phone, the Google Maps and bronze circles start popping up, correct?
No, sir.
Read this out to me. What does that say?
That says August 12th, 2022.
Great. Publishing 364. This is the street surveillance. Please read out to me what the date is on that.
August 15th, 2022.
Okay. You would agree that August 12th is just 4 days after August 8th, correct?
I would.
You would agree with me that August 15th is just 7 days after August 8th, correct?
I would.
And if we go back to the overhead, 354. I want you to read the date on entry number 1 on that.
The modified date?
Yeah.
8/23.
Okay.
2022.
I wish I could do the math on that one. I feel like that's like about 2 weeks after August 8th, correct?
Somewhere on there.
We also heard from Nicole Lofton, correct?
Yes, sir.
Nicole Lofton was employee of the Public Administrator's Office, correct?
Yes, sir.
A member, as you describe it, of the New Guard, correct? She was on Team Tellus, fair?
Sure. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Mildred.
You had text messages between you and Nicole Lofton through the course of your time as a public administrator, correct?
If you've got them, then sure. I don't recall.
Okay. Well, I'm going to approach her a second. So I'm going to show opposing counsel what's been marked as Exhibit 376. It's just an excerpt of some things, but take a look.
I bet all the people that he's been trying to throw under the bus have been watching this, like, hooked to it. Yeah. I wasn't worried at all. I was totally relaxed.
It's not
totally
the
relaxed.
Full, it's not the full
Look how relaxed I
There's a lot
am.
of messages there. I just wanted to kind of narrow down. I'm going to approach in a minute, but I need to get an understanding. By August, beginning of August 8th, by August 8th, how are you feeling about Jeff Gehrman's next upcoming article?
I don't recall.
Okay. Are you concerned at all?
I don't recall.
Okay. Well, let me show you what's been marked as Exhibit 376, proposed Exhibit 376. Why don't you just take a minute and flip through those and let me know if you recognize essentially what you're looking at there.
They've been at their line for since yesterday afternoon. Don't even get thirsty. I love that he's taking notes.
Okay.
This will be a short deliberation. It has to be.
Would be a good time for a break as well.
Yeah.
Sure, we can do that. That's fine.
All right, at this time, we're going to take a break during this recess. You're admonished not to discuss or communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, in any way regarding the case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media, or read, watch, or listen to any news or media accounts or commentary about the case, do any research, consult dictionaries, the internet, or reference materials, do any investigation, test a theory, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own, or form or express any opinion regarding the case until it's finally submitted to you, and we'll be in recess for 15 minutes. Thank you.
All right. Next one, Jerry.
Oh, boy, this fella. Okay. So this is what we've added. we've got put myself up here. We've got his hero's cape that we had to add, of course, and his little moccasins. We had to put some little moccasins on his stilts. Oh, and since he was mad that Rita won, or bummed, he was bummed that Rita won. He's been stealing the vote for Rita signs and threw them away. We had to add that. Cajun! Hey, Cajun! Roberta was here. And the little moccasins. I almost died when he said, oh, that's right, you had on your little moccasins. Your little moccasins. Your little moccasins. I about died. He said your little moccasins. I loved every second of that. This has been amazing. This has been the best cross-examination since Mark the Shark. And what was her name? Van Lazy. What was her name? Vanderland. Oh yeah, and we had to add the neon ninja. He's got his neon ninja sign. This Cole's Cash. Oh. Please put eyebrows on the hat. How's that? This prosecutor is Christopher Hamner. He is the same prosecutor who prosecuted Thomas Randolph, which was also another good one. I love his, okay. It's so snarky in all the best ways. All the best ways. Is there a way to add a Planet Fitness logo? Let's see. Where are we going to put a Planet Fitness logo? We can give him here. We'll give him a Planet Fitness bumper sticker. We'll add it to. He likes bumper stickers, you know. We'll add it to the other side. Oh, you can't read it. Here. Oh no. All right. It's got a Planet Fitness bumper sticker. A drone. They're spying on him, you know. Because that's when the surveillance started. Uh, we need someone breaking into the house with a bag marked DNA. Okay. Move the background. We're gonna have to move the oops. Don't make a mess sign's gonna have to get put over here. Let's do this bag. All right. Sneaking in with his DNA to plant in a Stop and Shop bag. Well, we do have the Compass Realty sign right here. And Thomas More, his least favorite person, is going to sell his house when he goes to jail. T-Tub is super glue. It fell out of the trash. Looks like a Canton PD evidence bag. Thank you for the super chat. It does. That's the Canton special. How much money for you to take your meds tomorrow? Look, unmedicated Brandi can be fun. See? Chopped up Nike. All right, here's the shoe. Okay, and let's do... I don't like that one. She's too much. This one matches the trash can. We'll do this one. Okay, we got to have a little fairy sprinkling the... up here with the drone. We gotta change the colors to gray and black. That's too much. We need smaller pieces. We need like just... We need pieces of the shoe fallen. This will work. I'll do one gray and one black. Here, let's put her on this side. She's going to sprinkle her tennis shoe, gray and black tennis shoe pieces. Okay. Scissors.
You can bring the, you can take the stand and you can bring the panel in, right?
Yeah, I was trying to get
Oh no, they were up there. No, they were up there. Never mind.
PCB 82, is that your initials? Or is that where you're from?
They were already gone. All right, very good.
What do you think he was thinking at the break?
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated.
Does the state stipulate to the presence? Mr. Drafter?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, you may proceed.
Thank you. Sir, you had a chance to review those text messages?
Yes, sir.
That's a fair and accurate depiction of some of the text messages you had with Nicole.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes, sir.
At this time, we'd ask that these be admitted. State's proposed to be 76.
No objection.
So again, just to set the stage, like how are you feeling in early August about Jeff German and his articles?
Like I said, I don't know that I thought any way about Jeff German in particular.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. All right. So We're just publishing these. Just kind of zoom in. So that's just the ones in green. That's you, correct?
Yes.
That's just the first page that goes back to August 17th of 2021. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. So this message is from June 15th. That's the day of the primary, or at least the day after the primary, correct?
Yes, sir.
I think you state, isn't it true, you state to her, good morning, full results aren't in yet. It's about a three-way tie with me, last by around 2,000 votes. The precincts I'm counting on aren't in yet. And Nicole says, praying, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you say, me too.
Yes.
Turning to what's marked as page 64, just on the actual pagination. We look at this bottom email at 6:15 at 12 o'clock p.m. She writes to you, folks are prancing around like you conceded. Did you? Do you remember her writing that to you?
Not until I see it now, but it's been a while.
Okay. And then your response is, it seems true your response was, no, I'll check the website to see if a winner was declared. And she responds, okay, correct?
Yes.
I think you indicate that if I lost, I will protect you until you can get a new position. Is that
Yes.
right? And she responds, I appreciate that. Is that correct?
Yes.
It isn't true, then you say, I'm so sorry, Nicole, I tried so hard, I almost made a comeback, but it's done, correct?
Right.
And that's at 3:16 p.m. on the 15th, isn't that right?
Right.
And you say here, unfortunately, too many people bought the lies, isn't that right?
Right.
And when you're saying that, you're referring to the voters, correct?
Yeah.
And the lies were propagated by those articles, correct?
Yes.
That Mr. Gehrman wrote.
Right.
We look down here at the end, she says, I'm so sorry, will you work until the end of the year or resign? Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
And she says, thank you for believing in me. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Fair to say she cared for you and how you treated her in the office, correct?
Right.
All right. And you told her, in fact, I very much believe in you. You have been my best employee. I'm so sorry that I couldn't pull it off. Isn't that correct?
Right.
And she lets you know that you fought hard. Isn't that right?
Right.
And we see here on 6:15, you even say to her, I'll stay on until the end of the year, although if they aren't messing with you, I don't know that I'll spend a ton of time in the office, correct?
Right.
Essentially ceding power to Rita Reed, correct?
Right.
And Rita Reed is friendly to Compass Realty, correct?
Right.
And so your intentions were to step away from that office or lower your profile even as early as June 15th of 2022.
Right.
So you would be less of a threat to Compass Realty even then, correct? Because you'd be stepping away and not spending a ton of time in the office.
No, sir. The evidence proves otherwise.
Okay. And then we look here at text on June 21st. Nicole says, now Alicia is in the other cubicle counting the files that were left in there. These people are so sick. They spend half the day trying to get you instead of working. The you she's referring to is yourself, correct?
I don't know if it was that or, generally saying you in that sense, like, because I don't have files in a cubicle.
Okay.
So it might have been, that perception that, I don't know how to explain that. I think you get it.
Contextually, she's talking about the old guard, correct?
She is talking about them, but as far as whether she's talking about herself or me, I don't know.
Understood. But she believes these people are sick, is that right?
That's her opinion, and, they did some pretty tough stuff.
Well, and it appears you share that same opinion. You say yes, like they think it all still matters, correct?
Right, like they're still trying to sabotage me, but it's pointless at this point, right?
Well, you say it's pointless, but we'll get to that in a second.
Sure.
You then also say she's probably trying to get fodder to pass to the reporter, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So the reporter is still on your mind, isn't that right?
Just from the standpoint that they're still trying to concoct things, and that's why I decided to stay away from the office so they couldn't concoct anything anymore.
Because the articles were damaging, correct?
They were damaging, yes.
Professionally and personally.
Primarily professionally, because obviously I had to figure out something else to do for work, which, again, I'm a lawyer, so I guess, rehang my shingle if I can, do whatever I can.
And that's a really interesting point. On August 8th, we've seen how that's the day you get notified that Gehrman wants stuff between you and Rita, correct?
Correct. Mm-hmm.
I want to look at what's marked on the bottom is page 110. Isn't it true that you tell Nicole at 12:28, you're dealing with a lot, I'm sorry. For me, this may have a long-term impact. I have people that no longer talk to me. Also, I'm worried in this digital age that the articles could potentially follow me around for years to come. I'm actually worried I might not have any good employment prospects after this, correct?
Yes.
And it just so happens that you were then informed that Gehrman is snooping around looking to potentially do another article, correct?
Yep.
And you're telling Nicole in confidence that you believe your future employment is jeopardized because of the articles, right?
Yes, but the damage was already done. So it's not, whether he wrote another article, he wrote 10 more articles, it was irrelevant at this point.
Well, apparently you don't say that, though, in your email. You don't say in that text message. You don't say, but the damage is already done, do you? You don't say that in that message, correct?
Well, it says that the articles are going to have an impact, and you would think that would refer to previously published articles. So I think that it's assumed that, it's done is done. So
Sir,
if he goes on and does 10 more articles, same net effect, really.
Right. Sir, to go back to my question, isn't it true you never use the words, the damage is already done, correct?
Not in this particular message, no.
Right. And you state, also, I'm worried in this digital age that the articles could potentially follow me around for years to come. I'm actually worried I might not have any good employment prospects after this, correct?
I'd say it'd be better than if I had actually murdered Mr. Gehrman.
So, sir, we're going to go back to my question. Isn't that what you wrote in the text message?
Yes.
This guy.
And 4 days later, Google Maps images start popping up in your phone, correct?
No.
7 days later, on the 15th, surveillance is being conducted on a street, correct?
Not by me.
And on the 23rd, multiple images of Gehrman's information about what car he drives and where he lives is literally being screenshotted of your desktop computer, correct?
Not by me.
Because if it was you, that would be a big problem, wouldn't it?
For conclusion, it's argumentative.
It is argumentative. If
We'll
you
move on.
Rephrase it.
No, we can move on. Publishing 342. Then you receive this email on 9/1, correct?
Yes, sir.
You receive it at 5:45 p.m.,
Yes,
correct?
sir. Mm-hmm.
And we heard from Roberta, who talked about this, right?
Right.
And she had indicated that the release of the information to Gehrman was just around the corner, correct?
Right.
Let's do a poll on that.
Let me find this.
And I knew in advance that it'd be only...
Sir, there's no question pending.
Look at his face. He's so mad.
5:45 on September 1st, you get the information. You get notified that Jeff Gehrman is soon to receive personal records requests related to messaging and communications between you and Roberta, correct?
No. It was not personal.
Okay, I didn't mean that. I meant, I apologize for my misstatement. Communications between you and Roberta, correct?
Business related, yes.
Right. And then at 11:20 in the morning, just a few hours later, Gehrman's dead, right?
Yes.
I'm doing a poll if you think that he thinks that the jury believes him.
Let's talk about September 2nd, 2022. You had testified on direct that you had, your daughter had asked you a question, you responded around 8:48 in the morning, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You said at that point you then hung out at home, correct? Mm-hmm. Around 10ish you went for a walk, correct? Mm-hmm. You said you...
Yes, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
You said you then came home, isn't that right?
Yes.
And you said that you went to the gym around 12 o'clock, 12:09, correct? I think that's when you log in, around 12:09.
That's when I checked in using my phone at Planet Fitness.
Okay. And that's the Planet Fitness that's on like Fort Apache and Charleston, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it's kind of just down that road, right? Down, what's the road? So you live on Spanish Steps?
Correct.
And then the road to kind of make your way out to Piggott, what's that one called?
South Tassel.
Okay. And then if you made a left to go by Piggott, what's that big road?
Red Hills.
Red Hills. And Red Hills can kind of get you up to that corner, right? Where the
You
Planet
go through a
Fitness is.
roundabout, you can go north from there on Apple, and then you head east to get to Planet Fitness.
Okay. And I think what you had, before we do that, let me ask you this. So, what car did you take to the gym?
The BMW.
All right. Oh, so it's kind of, what's the color? It's not quite gray. It's not quite brown.
I think it's brown.
A brownish color. It's kind of metallic-ish.
Right.
Okay. And you took that route that we just talked about. That's how you got to the gym. Correct?
Probably.
Okay. Oh, another question. So, and we're circling back to something, but your belief is, what's Jappy's role in the conspiracy? What exactly did he do?
I'm not certain to what extent, but obviously he's the one who initiated the surveillance that was done on me that went from, I believe it was August 16th, all the way through September 7th. So despite his testimony also that they only do surveillance every other day, if you look at Cynthia Sauerland, the surveillance pages from that, you see that they're done back from, one day to the next. And when I requested that these surveillance logs be provided to me the first time, I received only 3.
Okay.
Then when I pointed out the fact that there was a surveillance log on September 6th that mentioned September 1, then lo and behold, now there was 4. Okay. I believe that there were actually surveillance logs for every single day, and they just weren't turned over to me. So I believe that, that Jappy knows that I didn't kill Mr. Gurman.
Okay. So do you think it's a little strange that if Jappy wanted to frame you for murder, he would clear you of all wrongdoings with the allegations of taking bribes?
I'm already here on this charge, so I don't think he needs to worry about another charge.
And so if the job's done, why waste his time with Compass Realty?
In what sense?
Well, he testified that after you got arrested, he spent another 4 or 5 months investigating Compass Realty and then brought charges to the DA's office. Why do that?
So, and this is an interesting point, because if you look, well, I guess you can't look, but the file into me was over 100 gigabytes in information. That's quite a bit of information. The file into Compass Realty was only 3 gigabytes worth of information. It appears it was just a token investigation, because again, he didn't do the stakeouts that we discussed. He very clearly said that he believed that this personal property was leaving the homes. And it's shown in 500 pleadings that, again, there was no personal property taken from these homes, no vehicles that were actually, I'm trying to finish answering your question, sir.
Okay.
There were no vehicles, again, for which the titles were traced. He didn't investigate the issue with the homes being trashed ahead of time to lower their values so that they could almost double on the next sale. So, again, that's, as far as I'm concerned, when he refuses to do a legitimate investigation on me, again, I'm doing just 3 gigabytes worth of data. I think it was just a sham investigation. He didn't do any of those other things he promised he would do.
Sir, isn't it true you told this on direct examination, you bemoaned the Attorney General's office for looking at your case for like a matter of a month and then just not doing anything with it? You did say that, right?
No.
You never complained about the Attorney General not taking your Compass Realty allegation seriously?
I did not bemoan and I did not complain.
Okay. Did you say they didn't take it seriously?
I didn't say they didn't take it seriously.
Did you say that they only looked at it for like a month or 2?
They only looked at it for a month.
Just a month?
Yeah.
And Jappy looked at it for 11.
But again, he didn't do the things he promised.
Yes or no? He looked at it for 11 months.
Yes, but it was a sham investigation.
Okay.
It was a bogus investigation.
Okay.
Didn't do what he said he was going to do.
All right.
I love that.
Let's
Okay.
talk about Zach.
Okay.
You like Zach, right?
I think he dislikes me more than I dislike him. I didn't really, personally, I didn't have qualms with him. I didn't, he didn't waste my headspace.
Okay. And that's good to know. The disagreement that you had, do you really think it was like a total fallout over this Ottawa property?
I don't. No.
Okay. Because to be honest, like you did continue to do business deals with Zach after Ottawa.
Yeah.
Right?
I think what Zach was upset about,
Sir,
if I may.
Sir, my question is yes or no. Do you continue to do business deals with Zach Schilling after the Ottawa sale?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And now at this time, I'm going to show opposing counsel what's been marked as 388, 389,
Jot that down.
390, 391, 392, 393, 394, 395, and 396. Sure.
That face.
Sir, I'm going to show you first 390, 389, and 388. Do these look familiar to you?
Hold on just a few moments, because
Sure.
I want to look at where he actually changed realtors, because when I do my redirect, this is all going to become relevant.
Okay.
Oh, we gave him pants on fire and a techie sticker too.
So,
Do you know what that is?
I do, but it doesn't say who the realtor was on this.
No, and I would turn your attention to 388.
Okay.
Look here at the bottom. Sure.
Yes.
388.
Mhm.
Does that help? Kind of help? I mean,
Sure.
look at the address.
Of course.
We got our address here,
Right.
and that corresponds to those documents. Do
Correct.
these appear to be like a listing agreement, kind of an order closing the sale of a certain property, a check going out to Mr. Schilling?
Yes.
And these all appear to be fair and accurate depictions of those?
And this is Ottawa.
The Ottawa
Right here.
property, yep.
And just let me write a note if I may.
Let me jot something down. He's making all of his notes so that he can do his own redirect.
Obviously, we're going to receive copies of it, so.
You have, they've been
Look.
produced.
Look at that attorney. We feel you, buddy. We feel you. Sorry about your luck. They're not all going to be like this.
Go to the back page.
You keep your head up, my
Go to the
friend.
last page. I think it kind of shows.
It's almost over.
dates.
There's nothing you could have done.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. At this time, we'll ask for admission of stage proposed 388, 389, and 390.
There's no objection.
And then I want you to take a look at 396, 395, 394, 393, 392, 391. And let me know if these appear to be listing agreements.
This guy.
Yes, they are, sir.
Okay, and those are fair and accurate depictions of those agreements, correct?
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Schilling?
Mhm.
Just 1 second.
Sure.
No, this is Cross. He's making his notes for redirect. Because he gets to go back and say whatever he wants to say again.
So, Ottawa was the property where you guys had some sort of disagreement about a valuation, right?
Yes, it was more a little bit of sour grapes on his end, but yeah, no, it wasn't, as far as I was concerned, a big deal.
Right. So, but when we heard kind of cross questions and testimony from Zach about there being this disagreement, Ottawa is the one that we're talking about, correct?
Ottawa's the one where he felt like he was cheated, but that wasn't the case.
Understood. And just publishing 388, this was kind of the licensing agreement to bring Zach Schilling on, correct?
Right.
And if we look here, oh, okay, it's showing up there. Zach Schilling is there. Sorry, this one was kind of cut off. 389 is a court order that establishes that the sale was approved for this Ottawa property, correct?
Yes, well, basically it's just that this is the deed after the docs have been finalized, everything's done.
Understood. And publishing 390, we'll do it backwards, but that's like a check that got cut to Zach in relation to this property, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And the date on this is 3/22 of 2021, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so despite this disagreement, isn't it true that the public administrator's office continued to use Mr. Schilling for properties that you needed to have sold that came through the PA's office?
Yes, I never disputed that.
Okay. Well, I mean, we heard some testimony about like, oh, Zach didn't get a lot of business at Trail. I think Nicole may have said things like that, correct?
Right, and it's true that he actually had his business reduced, but I'll go into that.
Well, okay. So, but publishing 391. Oh, sorry. We're requesting that 391 through 396 be admitted to evidence.
No objection.
Thanks. So we've got here in 391.
The district attorney.
On June 8th of 2021, this is a deal with Zach, correct?
Right.
We've got another one here, 392, 612, another deal with Zach.
Right.
394, 716, another deal with Zach.
Yes, sir.
393, this is a 611 2021 deal with Zach.
Right.
Publishing 395, 814 2021, a deal with Zach.
Right.
Publishing 396, 10621, another deal with Zach.
Right.
All postdating the big disagreement, correct?
It, again, was not a big disagreement, and as far as I was concerned, and the issue that he truly has with me will come later, and I can discuss that.
Okay. The bottom line is money continued to flow from the public administrator's office to Zach Schilling for the work on these houses, on these deals, correct?
Not nearly as much at a certain point, but yes.
My
But
question
yes.
is yes.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks. All right. I want to. You mentioned you're a tech guy, right? A little
He's
bit of a techie.
I think you asked that before, yes.
He's got the
Are you
bumper
an Apple
sticker.
guy or a Google person? When it comes to phones, what are you?
Well, I have a Google phone.
Okay. I want to. We've seen this timeline, right? We've seen this timeline on publishing states 374. I want to turn your attention to this page. It's entries 23, 24, and 25. You covered these messages and calls from your wife on direct examination. Do you recall doing that?
Yes, sir.
I believe you had said that you were out walking around, you received this message, and then your wife called, and you just didn't want to get to her, get back to her, and that was kind of what happened with that. Is that correct?
Right, I was really close to home. I was going to walk in the door, so why? Or walk through the garage, I should say, and so why?
Right. And I think you said, "Honey, I'm home," right?
Something along those lines.
Because May was home at that time.
Right.
Okay. And that was just minutes later, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So there wasn't any concern. It was just a picture of your daughter in this call. You were just going to take care of it, right?
Right.
Okay. Nothing else?
As far as messages and things go, or?
Okay. Well, anything else you want to add to this, sir?
I don't think so.
Your wife doesn't have a Google phone, right? She have an Apple?
Yes.
And Apple's got all these crazy products. They've got what's the thing that you put on your wrist that kind of goes with your phone? What's that one called?
Some of the Apple Watch?
The Apple Watch. Does May have an Apple Watch?
She does.
Okay. Did you ever watch Steve Jobs' presentations when he would get up and say, just one more thing? You ever see him do that? And he drops like a new product or anything?
No.
Never seen that before? Okay. Well, let's take a look. I'm publishing I don't even know if I've shown this opposing counsel. This is just.
I'm excited to see where this is coming.
May I approach the witness?
may.
Let the record reflect I'm showing opposing witness 378. Stage proposed 378. Those appear to be the messages that we're looking at in that timeline, sir. Okay, and on the back of this is the very image that she sent to you. Would that be correct?
Right.
And that's a fair and accurate depiction of that thumbnail, correct? And it's a fair and accurate depiction of what's up there in that timeline, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. At this time, we got permission to admit stage 378.
No objection.
Admitted?
And you talked about these. I think you told us before on Cross that these messages, they weren't hacked or anything like that from the police. Like these were the messages, right?
Right.
Okay. We're now going to publish 378. So this message, if you could, please tell me what is the time. Oh, it's kind of cut up a little bit. What time is that message sent?
At 10:36 a.m.
Okay, on September the 2nd, is that
Correct.
right? Then we have this other little blurb. It doesn't actually have anything there, but what is the time on that?
10:36.
And then we have on this following page another message at 3:16. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
I think she's kind of talking about how much, she's selling some cards and making some money, something like that, correct?
Right.
And you immediately kind of respond within a minute to her at around 3 o'clock, correct?
Right.
But you don't do anything here, correct? Because it's just a random message and there's no need to, nothing's being asked of you, right?
Right.
It's just a random message.
Right.
And, you'll just take care of it when you walk in the door, right?
Pretty much.
Showing opposing counsel what's been marked as stage proposed 379 through 387.
Show us. Look at his attorney's face. His attorney's like, it can't get any worse. Whatever, just do it.
Before I approach, I'm just going to ask you one more time. You
That
didn't
face.
delete anything off your phone on September 2nd of 2022, did you, sir?
Not that I recall.
Now we're going to approach the stage proposed 379 through 387. Why don't you take a look at those?
Look faster. Look at that face.
Okay.
Okay. Sir, did those
Look at that
appear to
face.
be messages that we just looked at from maybe some other device that we were just looking at through your text messages or your timeline?
Yeah.
Do those appear to be fair and accurate depictions of those messages?
Except there's an additional message.
Right, there's an additional message. That's your wife's Apple Watch, isn't it?
It is.
Okay, and that's a fair and accurate depiction of what that watch looks like, correct?
I believe so, yeah.
And with the exception of the one message that's off, everything else seems to be a fair and accurate depiction of your communication on that day that you were just telling us about on the timeline. Isn't that right?
So it seems, yes.
Okay. At this time, we'd ask for the admission. States proposed 379 through 387.
You could approach, please.
Show us! Look, he's finally got some color in his face. His face is turning a little bit red. He's finally got some color. This is not good for him. This is not good for him. Make your notes with your little oil pencil because you're not allowed to have a pen. The assassin did it. And also Apple. And Rita Reed.
They're admitted indictments.
Sir, you maintained that on the morning, September 2nd, 2022, you were at home, correct?
Right, except for when I went to take a walk.
You deny going over to 7216 Bronze Circle, correct?
Yes, sir.
Publishing 379. That is your wife's Apple Watch, correct?
I mean, it's got a picture of my daughter on it, so I'd have to assume that it is.
No. That's the same picture you just told us about from your text messages, isn't it?
Yes.
And it's at 10:35, correct?
Yes.
It says Friday, correct?
Yes.
It also says Rob up in the corner, correct?
Yes.
I'm now publishing 380. Please read to this jury, what does it say underneath that photograph?
It says, where are you?
Where are you? You told us you were at home.
I did not. I said, actually, when I got the messages, I was still on my walk.
Sir, is it your testimony that you were at home on the day in that morning?
Not the entire morning, no. And I said that to you,
And
sir.
let me ask you this question. That message isn't on your phone, is it?
It isn't. I mean, if it was sent, it should have been. But
Sir, yes or no? That message isn't on your phone.
Why it isn't, I wouldn't know because apparently it's not. It's not on my wife's phone either.
Sir, I didn't
Yes
ask
or
you
no?
why.
Yes or no?
I asked you a yes or no question. That message is not on your phone, correct?
From what you showed me, it is not.
And you were in possession of your phone on that day, correct?
On that day, yes.
And you, as the owner of the phone, have the ability to save messages and delete messages, correct?
Yes.
Because the person who holds the phone controls the information, correct?
At that moment, yes.
Right.
She's in on the
asking,
conspiracy.
where are you? Right?
Yes.
At that same time, at 10:30 in the morning, we've seen video surveillance of a car that you say looks just like mine driving in Mr. Gehrman's neighborhood, correct?
That is correct.
Sir, if you left your phone at home, you wouldn't have been able to respond to that message, correct? If you were not next to it, correct?
I think that's speculative, but
if you left your house and left your phone at home on the morning of September 2nd, and your wife's texting you, where are you, you wouldn't have been able to respond to that, correct?
But I did not.
I didn't ask you that. If you were not in your house on September 2nd in the morning, and your wife sent you a message with a phone you had left at home, it would have been impossible for you to answer that question, correct?
I mean,
Again, this is a speculative answer.
He can answer.
I'll ask you again.
Again, that would have been if in fact that was the case, if in fact I left my phone at home, then sure, yes.
I have no further questions for this witness.
Okay, so at this time, we need to end early today, so we're going to conclude for the day. Okay, the terms are closed just so we can talk about tomorrow's start time.
She said, where are you? And he deleted it. Honestly, if it was his wife setting him up, I would believe that because, I mean, look. I'd be trying to get away from that too. Look, he's got all his little notes. Oh, yep. That was the look that... Hold on, I want to rewind that. Hold on, that was... What? Watch it. Watch. Look at his little crayon notes. Look at his little crayon notes. Yep. Oh, yep. There we go. He is cooked.
At this time, we are going to conclude for the day. During this recess, you're admonished not to discuss or communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, in a way regarding the case which merits either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media, read, watch, or listen to any news or media accounts or commentary about the case, do any research, consult dictionaries, the internet, or reference materials, do any investigation, test a theory, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own, or form or express any opinion regarding the case till it's finally submitted to you. We're going to start tomorrow morning at 9:30. So same thing, Officer Hawks will greet you and he'll bring you in. Thank you very much for your time and attention. You are excused till tomorrow morning at 9:30.
Thank you, all right, section, sure.
Today was everything I hoped for and more. It was amazing. That was amazing. We're starting an hour earlier tomorrow. And we'll do it live. We're not going to speed trial it because I want to see this live. Can't miss this live. Especially because he's going to be doing his own redirect. So all of his little oil pencil notes that look like crayon notes, he's going to be flipping through his little crayon notes, making his little arguments. Okay, so this guy. Okay, so this is what we've got for today. We added the drone. We have the drone up here. Oh, here, let me move this. We have the drone up here because, surveillance. We have Detective Jappy's, sneaking in over here to plant DNA. We have do not make a mess because that's what breaks him. That's what breaks him. We have, of course, the tennis shoe fairy over here with her little tennis shoe pieces. And then the other shoe right here. We have Roberta was here. Her handprint. Vote Tell Us. Planet Fitness. Bumper sticker that says Techie. Do not disturb, because we've heard what goes on in the back seats when he's around Roberta. He's the Neon Ninja, and he's got his hero's cape, of course, with his hat and his eyebrows. He's got his Kohl's cash in his Kohl's bag, because that's the kind of Nikes he wears, not the expensive ones, the ones that come from Kohl's. His pants are on fire, obviously, because that's what happens to liars. He's got his stilts with his little moccasins. The little moccasins comment. Probably the highlight of my day. Probably the highlight of my day. Of course, we've got he did not want Rita Reed to get reelected, so he's been stealing the vote for Rita signs and threw them away. And then, of course, his scissors and his super glue right here. Is that it? And then, of course, Compass Realty. Thomas More, his archenemy, is going to be stealing selling his house when he goes to jail or prison. The Roberta was here does kind of look like it was actually written on there too, doesn't it? So I have never seen so much evidence where they didn't take a plea deal either. Look, he does not have a snowball's chance in Las Vegas of convincing 12 people that he did not do this. There ain't no chance. There ain't no chance. Kev said, y'all are mean as hell. I hope that Compass Realty, my coworkers, a low-level government nominee, a detective, forensic lab workers, Apple, and my wife never try to frame me. Goodness gracious. He was, oh, we need Apple Watch. He was sitting there telling, like, he was laid back in his chair, like he had done something, like he was, like everything was fine. Wait, is he wearing the Apple Watch, or is the Apple Watch going by the trash can? Oops. He's got his hero's cape. All right, let's look for Marie Moss with our stats. Oh, here they are. Marie Moss with our official stats. One witness, one crazy witness. Crazy witness. 2 sidebars, 26 objections. The narrative, 1 hour and 15 minutes, 8 exhibits, and the highlights, the best way to take me out. Oh my gosh, when he was like, Hamner was like, hold on, I'm gonna write that down. The best way to take me out. Y'all, he sounded it out. He said it out loud as he was jotting it down. The level of snark behind that was incredible. That was incredible. That was amazing. And then the little moccasins, that one. And we added the little moccasins. He's got on his little moccasins on here. He said, oh, that's right. You were wearing your little moccasins. Your little moccasins. He said your little moccasins. The little bitty baby moccasins. And let's start clicking. That part I loved too. Let's start clicking. When he said, he was like, we can go through it. Oh yeah, let's start clicking. Let's start clicking. Oh my gosh. That was amazing. That was amazing. Hamner sassy pants were on point today. He had those were some awesome sassy pants today. Thoroughly impressed. Thoroughly impressed with the sassy pants. Do you believe that Tellus still thinks he has this in the bag after releasing that big exhale? That's a good question, especially with the deleted text from the wife. And you know that he'll get up there and he'll try to explain it away. And he's going to sit there in his little cell block tonight and he's going to try to respin everything. But do you think that he really believes that the jury still, like, I say still believe them as if they ever did, but do you think that he still believes that the jury believes him? CIA did a great job framing him. Everybody's framing him. I mean, Zach said, who was mad at me? The defendant. He kept saying, Zach did this, Zach did that. On the Apple Watch for his wife, so he said that the wife had texted him and he was like, oh, no big deal. You know, I was home the whole time except for when I went for a walk. But I just didn't answer her because, you know, because I was home and I was going over a walk anyway. And turns out she had sent him a text that they saw on her Apple Watch that said, where are you? At 10:36. And he deleted that text from his phone. Oh, Apple Watch on the pavement. Oops. False baby. You can't really see what it is, but we'll put it down there. After that cross, I feel like I need a cigarette. I've never smoked a cigarette in my life, and I feel like I need one after that. I really do think that he thinks he can get up there and fix it all tomorrow. He needs pom-poms because he thought he had to be the cheerleader for the office. What a... Thomas T., I think you nailed it. He believes he is being persecuted instead of prosecuted, but he's got another thing coming. I really do think that he believes that he can convince him. They're starting at 9:30 in the morning instead of 10:30. So we'll start at 9:30. Because it's going to start with him going back over like all of the things that he's been taking notes about. It's going to start with that. And then I'm sure they'll do a charge meeting or charge conference. And then they'll do the closings. I think he deleted the wife's text because he didn't want any text saying, where are you? Because he didn't want them, when they got his phone, to see that she was texting him, where are you? Because he was saying he was at home. I think he was hoping to fix that by saying that he went on a walk. There is some weird stuff in his past as far as like in college. We went over it before we started the trial. We did some of the background stuff on him. And in college, he was a douchebag even back then, and treated everybody like crap and had like a power trip type thing, was sexually inappropriate and aggressive with women. Do you think they'll do closings tomorrow? I think they might, because I don't foresee the charge conference taking too long, especially because they know it's coming. They've got time to prep for it. I don't know how much longer he could possibly get up there and yap. It was not a super long trial, so the closings won't be crazy long, I'm assuming. So I think that they could and they're starting an hour early, so I definitely think they'll do closings tomorrow. 9:30 Pacific is 11:30 Central. $12:30 Eastern. If Roberta was here, is one part of my that's some of my favorite. Yeah, he'll be back on cross again tomorrow. He'll be doing his own redirect tomorrow. Thank you, thank you. They are done for the day. They're not going to call the wife because they're still married. So she doesn't have to testify against him. He said, it depends on what part of the testimony, because he said that he went for a walk and then got home and went to the gym, which would have meant a 2-hour walk. But then he said that he went for a walk and he said he got back about 10:30 and then went to the gym at 12. So he's busted. Yeah, he's still married. Did you hear him? Something I noticed too. Did you hear him when he said, when he was talking about the affair and stuff and like the stuff coming out about him? And he was like, well, my wife wouldn't have left me. That's annoying. Because, oh my gosh, it sounds like my ex. The horrible, god-awful things he did to me. And he would still tell people, she's never going to leave me. Typical of that behavior. Oh my gosh, jury questions. Oh my gosh, jury questions. That's going to be insane. That's going to be amazing. Oh my gosh. I am so excited about that. I'm so excited about that. Oh my gosh, the jury questions. Jury question. Sir, are you for real? Will you walk across the room and back? We have a question from juror number 4. It says, what the actual F are you talking about? I am just glad that everything that we've heard about Jeff Gehrman, like how he was like fearless and he was like such a, you know, like he was devoted to like his nieces and his nephews and he was such a good guy and he worked to expose corruption and, you know, everything we've heard about him has been so great. So for this guy to get up here and the way that he disrespected him multiple times, like saying how the thing that really sent me over the edge the first of many, was when he first got on the stand yesterday and he said something about how I had to see those pictures and it was ugly. I had to see those. He made himself a victim he made himself a victim for having to see the pictures of what was done by him to Jeff German. That infuriated me. And then to try to make this whole thing out to be like Jeff, like he's so self-important that they had to kill Jeff in order to frame him because they couldn't just hold out for those next 3 months until he was out of office anyway. To make it sound like I'm so important that they had to do this to this man, like I matter so much that they had to take the life of this man. No, sir, you don't matter. You were only in office because you looked to see what offices like you could run at that would be unopposed so that you could make sure you got in. That's why you were in office. You know whose life, whose life and the way that they were living really mattered? Jeff German. His did. He was doing something. He was doing something that mattered. And to minimize Jeff German's life in such a way that made himself, once again, I'm so important. Oh my gosh. It's disgusting. Disgusting. So for him to get up here and have made such a fool out of himself, and for Hamner to have just lit into him the way that he did, I was loving every second of it because he deserves that plus more. Loser. Tree question. What's your actual height? Juror number 2 would like to know, since you said you're 6'5", how you calculate your math. What exactly do you measure yourself with? I heard he talks over other people's conversations. We saw some of that yesterday, even with the judge and the attorney. Yes, I agree, Lindsay Hendricks. Jeff seemed incredible, completely unfrightened, devoted to the truth, righteous, everything about him. And I went through and read some of his stuff and some of his writing because some of the mob stuff was interesting to me too. He's got a podcast too. I started listening to some of his podcasts, which was kind of cool. Kind of sad hearing his voice, but cool to listen to nonetheless. Jury question. How are you feeling? What are you thinking? Oh, did you, when he started to say that, I was like, look at him taking my line. Jury question. You know you're guilty, right? Yeah, you would think that if he was truly not guilty, he would have some sort of speech about me and Jeff didn't get along because I believe he was falsely reporting on me, but he didn't deserve this. Something about, but it was nothing. It was all about him. It was all about him. He threw in stuff about his kids anytime he could as a total sympathy thing. The crying over his stupid, messy house gave me audacity rage. Oh, I love this. Hidden True Crime has a great episode. Both Dr. John and Lauren have personal stories about how Jeff's reporting impacted them. It was really neat to learn about all that he was devoted to. Fearless. That's awesome. Yeah, she's been in there, the courtroom. What a loser. I'll tell you, I enjoyed seeing him squirm because he was awful. I hope that at his sentencing, we get to hear victim impact statements, because those are always the hardest part of any trial for me, but it's the most important part of any trial. I like when we get to hear those, because it's the hardest part to sit through, because it is so sad, but it's such an important part of all of this. Which reminds me, for the Laurie Shaver trial, Michael's family, I've talked to his sister, who I am going to chat with and interview. I'm going to do we'll do a couple streams on it. I'm not going to be able to live stream it, of course, because I'll be in the courtroom. But I think Baker is looking into potentially streaming it. But I'm definitely going to do some podcast episodes on it. But that's a crazy one. And we'll do a couple streams on it too, leading up to it. I did a video on it, and I cannot find the video. It's I had it saved on Canva, and I can't find it anywhere. So I don't know. I'll have to find it, but if not, I mean, I've still got all the information. But we'll do some streams when it gets a little bit closer. But I'm going to talk to Michael's sister, and of course I'll see them when I'm there. But where's Charlotte at? That is the one where my college roommates were friends with this lady named Laurie Shaver. Their kids went to school together, and Laurie and her new husband invited them over to come let the kids hang out and roast marshmallows and on their new fire pit. And then it turns out that she killed her husband and buried him under that fire pit. So they were roasting marshmallows over her missing husband's dead body. So that trial starts September 9th or something, 7th, 9th. And I'll be in town for that one. So, it was a day, y'all. It was a day. I'm going to get the stream set up for tomorrow. We will do it all again tomorrow. Remember, it starts an hour earlier. I'm getting it set up now. Watch live. Tell us. Day, what's tomorrow? 8. Should I day 7? And they're starting at 9:30 to 11:30. So we'll start at 11:30. Gosh, I'm never going to get this podcast episode done. Eastern, it'll be 12:30. Wonder why I I can't find that video. I don't know. I'll look again. I was looking yesterday. I'll look again. If I can't find the video, then I'll just record another one. Whatever. I already have all the information, so I can record another one. It won't be too much work. But we'll do a live one on it anyway. We'll do a couple lives when it gets closer, because there's a lot of stuff to go over with that one. Especially like with her getting like tattoo of the guy that she was having the affair with, like tattoo in her nether region, and then he wouldn't leave his wife, so she sent flowers to the wife from saying that it was from her husband, who she had already killed at this point, and telling the wife like, hey, your husband and my wife are having an affair. Like, so she was trying to break them up because he wouldn't leave his wife for her. I mean, crazy stuff. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Yes, 11:30 Central tomorrow. All right, y'all. That's it. I am going to get out of here so I can get some work done on the podcast. Thank you for hanging out. Today was a day. It was an experience. It was quite an experience. I will see you tomorrow at 9:30 Pacific, 12:30 Eastern.
Yeah, I gotta go. Yeah, I can't stick around here forever.
Everybody was wonderful. Everybody behaved. Everybody's always so nice to me.
Just love your channel.
Goodbye. Good people. Now, how the heck do I get out of here?